Good morning, everyone. I'm at the service of the committee. Welcome to the Cambridgeshire County Council Adults and Health Committee meeting of October 2022. We welcome the members of the public and the press who have joined us today, either at New Shire Hall or online. A reminder of the usual rules that we allow filming and photography during the course of the meeting, as long as it doesn't disrupt the proceedings in any way. Feel free to tweet or use other social media. Make sure your phone is on silent, off, or vibrate only. We are being live streamed. And just remember that the recording of the meeting will be available on the County Council's website afterwards. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand. Those who are joining us online, which are the co-opted members for the health scrutiny section and any officers that are presenting, they can do that by clicking the raised hand function on Zoom and turning on their camera. As ever, according to our constitution, I will seek an adjournment for a comfort break around the 2-hour point, depending on how we're going. We don't have a fire alarm scheduled for today, so if we hear one, we should adjourn the meeting and immediately, in an orderly fashion, leave via the fire escape, which is situated halfway along the corridor outside this room next to the kitchen, and the external stairs lead to the car park and to the assembly point. I've got one other short point in Chair's introduction. Some of you will have seen that we made a public statement at the end of last week about the closure of a care home, the Elms in Whittlesea, by its provider, one of our providers, HC1. What I would want to say about that is that we've had officers in that home because of concerns of the quality of care for 2 years, going in at least monthly. There was an improvement plan. Care standards were driven up, but they weren't maintained by the provider. And so we took the decision earlier this year to ask the national regulator, the Care Quality Commission, to come and investigate the home. When they did so, they decided to remove its registration. We gave HC1 the opportunity to keep the home, opportunities where the home could have been kept open, which they declined. And therefore, very sadly, at the end of last week, there was an announcement that home is closing. We are in ongoing discussion with HC1 about their other provision according to their contracts with us, and we have removed any new referrals to HC1 homes in Cambridgeshire. We've removed monies in terms of the block grant agreement that we had with them, and we will be charging them in full for all of the additional costs that come to us over arranging alternative suitable care for the providers. There is a sorry history to all this. Some relatives have complained about the treatment of their of residents in their families, about leading to deaths, possibly premature deaths. That is a subject for the coroner and for the inquest, not for us. But we will be fully cooperating and learning any lessons from the inquests as they are undertaken. And I just would want to commend our officers who have put intensive work into trying to turn around provision at this home, who've acted, in my view, quickly and suitably. I just thank them for the intensive work that they've done in the interests of the residents themselves and their families. That's the end of Chair's announcements, but I will take any comments. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you for that statement about the Elms in Whittlesea, which is really helpful. HC1 Homes also put out a statement last week about the proposed closure both of the Elms and of a couple of other establishments that they have, including one in Upwell. And that statement didn't quite chime with the statement that you've just made. I have to say that I've found the attitude of the National HC1 Homes to be really substandard. It's been very depressing to see what they've done, what they haven't done, and how that has moved forwards. I fully accept that they, as is the case with many care homes across the county and across the country, have had staffing difficulties. I fully accept that, but this goes more deeply than that. And there has been, in my opinion, a failure of senior management at HC1 Homes nationally, so far as the Elms are concerned. I agree with you that our officers have acted in an entirely appropriate and welcome manner, and share your praise of what the CCC officers have done with regard to the Elms. I'm not going to touch on the matter which you talked about the coroner. That's not for us to talk about today, but I will say that there are a number of residents in that home who are very happy with the care that they've received and have been devastated by the news which has come out at very short notice that they had 28 days in which to find alternative accommodation. I welcome the work which is being done by CCC in trying to ensure that alternative accommodation is provided, which is suitable for each individual resident as quickly as it's possible to do. And I know that a lot more work still needs to be done on that, both by CCC and I believe FDC will have some part to play in that as well. I am shocked that HC1 didn't take up the opportunity for the care home to be transferred as a going concern to a third party, whether that third party might have been CCC or someone else. And the fact that they failed to act positively when that option was open to them, I find very, very upsetting, is the word to use. And I do hope that they're not using this as an excuse to try just to sell the site off for capital value. And that's what's been at the forefront of their mind, rather than the care of the individuals whom they took on in their establishment and who now face so much uncertainty. So I'd like to share the comments you made, Chair, which I think were entirely appropriate, to congratulate our officers on what they've done so far. Thank you.
Thank you. I associate myself with every word that you said, Councillor Bowden. Thank you. And I think it's very good that our council across the different groups has a very common, sends a very common signal and a very common line on that. Can I just emphasise to everyone, we've got 6 full-time social workers in the home and have done since the closure announcement, working with the residents and with the families to provide them with as much support and reassurance as possible and to help them find the best future for themselves. And of course, the interests of the residents and their families must be our first concern above everything in this. The only thing I'll add to what Councillor Bowden said is that I cannot personally conclude that the reason that HC1 chose not to allow the homes to stay open by being transferred was a financial one over the interest of the residents. And if they have a different view, they should tell us. That's the end of Chair's announcements. I now move on to apologies for absence. Tamar.
We've received apologies from Councillor Anne Hay and Councillor Matt Maguire as substitute. Councillor Edna Murphy has just let us know that she will be late to the meeting. And we also have apologies from Councillor Sam Clark, Councillor Jenny Gawthorpe Wood and Councillor Steve McAdam.
Thank you. And welcome to Councillor Maguire. We next have me asking, does any member wish to declare any disclosable pecuniary interest or non-statutory disclosable interest? Thanks.
Yes, I have an interest to declare. I'm a governor of CPFT and we'll be talking about children's mental health issues this afternoon. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, please.
Chairman, I'm not sure if I actually have to declare an interest, but because I'm a substitute and I'm not totally familiar with every item on the agenda, I thought I ought to declare. My wife is a care worker, albeit in the private sector, but just in case there is anything in any way refers to that, I thought I ought to make the committee aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's always best to play safe. Probably it wasn't necessary, but you're showing the commitment to openness and transparency, for which I thank you. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies for raising this now, but I think it's sometimes better to raise things to make sure that there aren't going to be a problem than find that there's a problem afterwards. Given the comment just made by Councillor Daunton, I wasn't aware of her position. Is there an issue with the key decision we've got in agenda item 9 to do with CPFT, given that the connection that they've got with the Adults Community Occupational Therapy Service?
Completely fair question. Can I just check? I assume that you're representing the council.
I am a county appointed
Yeah.
governor on the Cambridge and Peterborough NHS Foundation NHS Trust. So I didn't see that to be, I'm looking at the officers.
Well, I'll check with Tamar, but I just wanted to put that on the record, and it would be strange if the very people we asked to represent us
Yes.
are then debarred from advising us. Any problems at all?
Yeah. No.
There was no. So thank you for raising the question. No.
I'm happy with that. Thank you,
Yeah,
Chair.
thank you for raising the question. All perfectly proper, of course. And we have had the usual discussion at our spokes meeting with the opposition on the timetabling of the meeting, and the item on adult social care reform is the one that we've extended to make sure that there can be very full discussion there, and that's in line with the agreements we've made in previous meetings. We now move to item 2, the minutes from 14th of July, pages 5 to 25. Anybody want to say anything about the accuracy of the minutes? No, they are agreed then. We also now have the action log, which is at pages 27 to 30 of the agenda pack. Any comments or questions? No, that is noted then. Item 3, we've got no petitions or public questions this month. Item 4, adult social care reform, a really important paper. Thank you very much to Debbie McGrade, who has prepared it for us, and I asked Debbie to address the meeting.
Okay, so I thought I'd take the opportunity just to briefly introduce the paper and then just open it up for any questions and discussion. So the report provides an overview of the key changes the reforms will introduce for adult social care. So that's the operational, the financial implications of the changes, and the process and next steps for the council to implement those changes. There are significant changes to the duties of the local authority. These include integration with health and links to the ICS. And in terms of integration with health, we've already got some, really robust agreements in place through our Learning Disability Partnership, through our Section 75 for mental health, social work and occupational therapy. But we recognise there is more to do, and we've got key officers that are part of what they're called the accountable business units, and that's the North and South partnership boards and the mental health and learning disability, children's and maternity and commissioning boards. And overall, what we're doing is working together to ensure that the priorities for the system align with the priorities for the council. Population health management, care together, which fits with place-based care and integrated neighbourhoods. So there's a whole raft of business plans that have been pulled together, and we're working actively with our system partners. So the other key changes are around charging for care and how much people will pay for care, the introduction of the cap on care costs, which limits the amount that individuals will contribute towards their care over a lifetime, and that cap is £86,000. It's also worth noting that although there's a cap on the lifetime costs, that people in a care home or receiving support at home will still be responsible for what we call daily living costs. So obviously, if you're living at home, that's your rent, your council tax, your bills. In a care home, there will be a notional charge of £200 a week. The fair cost of care and how much local authorities will pay for care. By the 14th of October, local authorities must have undertaken and submitted to the Department of Health and Social Care 2 cost of care exercises, one for care homes for people over 65 and one for care at home for adults aged 18 and above. The financial implications of the reforms and what I've mentioned are quite significant, and they're detailed in the paper under section 3. So the implementation of section 18.3 of the CARE Act basically means for those people that are eligible for care and support that we have always called self-funders, they can now ask the local authority to commission their care at local authority fees. And the impact is, so it's not just the financial impact, but this will create increased assessments, reviews, care management responsibilities. And currently, as everybody knows, that there is a lack of skilled workforce, not just locally, but nationally. And then I think the only other area that I wanted to sort of focus on and summarise is the Health and Care Act introducing a duty for the CQC to independently review and assess local authority performance in delivering their social care duties. It also places a new legal powers on the Secretary of State to intervene where there are failings in discharging our adult social care functions. I don't anticipate that's going to happen, but it's just worth noting. In readiness for the CQC assurance, we have recently had an LGA peer review, and that focused on the key lines of inquiry that we anticipate that CQC will follow, but actually they still haven't published the final copy of what those lines of inquiry will be. I think it was a really useful exercise to go through to make sure that actually we are delivering the outcomes for local people. And there was some really positive feedback around our strengths. So, for example, safeguarding and leadership, and also areas for development, which we anticipated. So, for example, co-production, equality, diversity and inclusion. We have got the high-level presentation, but also we are waiting for a full report. That should be with us in another couple of weeks. And once we have that report, more than happy to share the findings from that report. I think that's it in summary.
Thanks, big report, big issues. What I'm going to do is take the general debate first with any questions and comments from members. And then there is an amendment which has been circulated and which is published on our website, which we'll then debate and vote on before the final vote. So I'm going to do it in that order. Who would like to go first? Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much for ensuring that this report was before us today. It is entirely appropriate that we spend time and effort on strategic matters, and this is most definitely strategic. I went through this report carefully, and I have a number of comments to make. I do understand that the Lang-Bisson report, that still isn't available to us, even though it's mentioned in the report that it should have been available in final form by the 26th of September. And it is, of course, important that we do get that report in a final form, which does make sense. And I do appreciate, having had discussions with officers, that there can be some misleading information given potentially when we're talking about median costs of where we're talking about cost of care, and they may give some counterintuitive results, which unfortunately are the numbers which we're obliged to give to central government. But the more that the data which we have received is investigated and looked at, the better, as far as I'm concerned. I'm sorry to see within this paper some degree of resistance to the new Care Act, and particularly to section 18.3 of the Act, because section 18.3 of the Act will promote a great deal more fairness than there has been in the past, where there has been a disproportionate amount of subsidization of those who are funded by those who are self-funding in the system as a whole. And I think that had become disproportionate, and it's appropriate for that to be made more reasonable. And that's what section 18.3, or one of the things that section 18.3 does, together with the new cap that there will be overall, the lifetime cap. Paragraph 2.7.6 of the report talks about the CQC inspecting local authorities for performance in delivering adult social care, and that's an entirely appropriate thing for the CQC to do. It's a good thing to have supervision of this form because it does provide some independent assessment of the way in which we are going. However, I was somewhat concerned that officer time was spent from the 21st to the 23rd of September in conducting a mock inspection. And to quote what it says in paragraph 2.7.6, to ensure that we know our story, quote unquote. And I honestly feel that more time and effort by officers should be spent on providing services than on conducting mock inspections to prepare for final inspections when they do come. We should be working to provide the services, not working to pass the test. In paragraphs 2.8.3 to 2.8.5, there is mention of individuals with learning disabilities or autism, and they're going into employment, whether paid employment or non-paid employment, wherever it is possible to do so. And it is admitted there that the council has failed really quite abysmally on that score. That's not a failure of this administration. It's been a failure of this council, and let me be quite honest, other councils as well across the country for years. It is a scandal. It really does need to be changed. And it needs to be changed not merely in terms of trying to provide potentially reduction in our overall costs, but to increase the quality of life of individuals with learning disabilities or with autism who could manage to get that much greater satisfaction out of a situation where they are actually performing useful work. Can't be done for everyone with learning disabilities or autism, I fully understand that, but there are far too many who are capable of working either in paid employment or unpaid employment who do not get that opportunity. And just waiting for the DHSC to come up with their local supported employment scheme, I don't think is really satisfactory. It's an issue which I feel very strongly about. It's not specific to Cambridgeshire, but it is a scandal which has been allowed to go on for far too long. When we talk about the financial impact of this, of cost of care and of the Care Act, and we look at 2.12, I have to say that I continue to be concerned about the integration with health under the ICS, the integrated care system. Any rational analysis of our whole system, that is social care and health, would see the appropriateness from the whole system point of view of the percentage of total resource being changed so that more goes into social care. That would actually save significant monies and significant time on the health side as well. And that, unfortunately, does not really appear to be happening under the new ICS system. I know it's meant to, and I'm sure it will be better than the old system was, but we still have budgets and silos in place. And I fear that we are not going to achieve the objectives which were originally set out for the new regime. As you know, Chair, I had my doubts from the very beginning that it would do so, but it still seems to me as though those silos are still too strong and the budgets are still too inflexible between different parts of the system to enable rational decision-making to take place. And it's partly that which causes us to be in a position where we are underfunding social care when, if you're looking at it from a whole system point of view, there is money which would be available to assist on the social care side, which would help the system as a whole. One final point is on paragraph 3.8.1, and sorry to raise so many points, but it's a really important paper and it's been really useful, I think, to have this for the basis of discussion. We do see that it's mentioned that there will be, or estimated to be, 1,900 extra care assessments going to be required as a result of the Care Act per annum. And we're told that there will be the need, therefore, for 54 additional social workers to be employed. I didn't really follow that because that comes out of being 36 Care Act assessments per year per new social worker. So clearly there's something I've misunderstood in that, and I'd be very grateful if that could be explained. And similarly, on the financial assessments, we're told there will be 1,700, estimated 1,700 additional financial assessments per annum, and 13 extra financial assessors are being requested. And again, that ratio just doesn't look right, especially given that I think the new financial assessments will be rather simpler than the old ones were, because the new financial system is rather more straightforward than the old one was. So I'd be grateful for more information about that. But I do note that almost £3 million per annum of additional money is being put into the prospective budget for future years as a result of this. And I just would like some assurance that those numbers are correct. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I know that Debbie will be making careful notes to answer at the end. Councillor Taunton, please.
My question is a short one. I'm looking at 3.7, the fair cost of care, and the Lang-Buisson analysis. I think there's some really important points here, and thank you very much to the officers for the paper. They suggest costs between 2 and 4.5 times higher than the government funding allocation of 375 million. Some very, very important points here. And then further down, it says that we've commissioned Lang and Buisson to undertake a local fair cost of care work and come up with sustainability plans by October 2022. So my very simple question is, where are we with that work?
Thank you. Councillor Van der Ven, please.
Thank you, and thank you to officers for this report. I would just comment that I think this report probably has some professional restraint, if I could call it that, against an absolutely overwhelming situation that we find ourselves in and that we must somehow anticipate and plan for. I would say that the mock inspection was necessary. We are going to be asked to work in an entirely new environment, and we need to prepare for it. I would like to ask officers a general question, which is simply where you see us best and worst prepared for these reforms. You've given us an enormous amount of detail, and I think the complexity of it is a signal of what's coming down the line. I'm very interested in the 2.10, the new models of housing, and the local authority responsibility for housing. There are a lot of intentions there. How will this play out with our district partners, our local housing authorities, and the funding? I mean, the funding is one of the elephants in the room. You know, how confident can we be that the support will be forthcoming? The question of funding gap estimated by the county council's network. Do we see signs of response to that challenge by government? You know, these are simply unavoidable questions for us as a local authority. And finally, I think noting the workforce increase that will be required, which Councillor Bowden pointed out in the paper. I mean, these are, we can say these are this many of this and this many of that. Workforce has got to be as much of a challenge as funding these days. And I think the complexity of the tasks coming down is new, and we need to acknowledge the seriousness of that workforce challenge coming with the requirements encompassed in these reforms. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Maguire, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just, notwithstanding what Councillor Bowden made reference to in terms of 3.8, the additional workforce requirements, can I just mention the Assistant Director said quite properly that there's a lack of skilled workforce both here and across the country. I'd like to take this opportunity, as I'm now subbing on this committee, to say something that I raised yesterday at another committee, Highways and Transport, where we are frequently told about this problem we have with recruiting workforce, and it's obviously affecting not just social workers, but also, as we say, highways people. And one of the suggestions I made is that we're properly told this is a problem right across the country, but we don't actually see any evidence. And what I'd suggested, and I think it enjoyed general support, and there's at least one other member here who was there yesterday, it enjoyed general support that we should ask the proper part of the council, that's our research people, to actually prepare some sort of benchmarking that we as members can actually see and find out whether we actually fit, if you like, in a sense, in a league table, and see whether there's something that we could do to move ourselves up, to make ourselves more attractive in to potential workers. And if you'll forgive me, Chairman, I mean, I used the analogy yesterday and I'll use it again. During my career, I worked for one of the largest defence corporations. And one of the problems we had in our division was the failure to be able to recruit engineers. And when we looked at this carefully, we asked personnel department in those days to have a look at this, and they found out that other divisions weren't suffering the same problem as we were. And of course, at the end of the day, it turned out that the package that we were offering wasn't as attractive as the other divisions were offering. And so obviously we took steps to correct that. And so what I think it's important that we see where we fit in comparison, ideally with like authorities, but if necessary, also with the private sector, and see what we can actually do to attract more. Because it's one thing to be told this continually, but I'd like, as members, I think we ought to see the evidence and see where we fit in regard to this. So I would hope that all areas of the county council would want to join in a similar exercise, rather than just say highways and transport. And I'd hope we'd have support from this committee as well, Chairman.
Thank you. I've taken advice. As members will see, Edna Murphy has been unavoidably unable to actually attend physically today. The rules say that she is able to take part in the debates, but not able to take part in the votes. So in accordance with that advice, I now invite Councillor Edna Murphy to speak.
Thank you very much. And I do beg your pardon, all of you, that I'm not physically there just now, but hope to be soon. I really concur with a lot of the points that have been made. And in particular, the question about, that there should be some benefits to merging social care in the NHS, because that is part of what the trigger was to do this integration. So then there must be some benefits, and I'm afraid I don't see where they are occurring. I don't see what they are. I appreciate they won't necessarily have any effect on the demand, etc., for social care, but they should be in the system somewhere, and so that's just a concern. It's not a concern about the paper. I thought the paper was excellent. My specific question is about 2.6.5. It's just a small point, but it's an insight into how the system will work when you have to have a good rationale to deviate from the fair cost of care outcome, and there's some sort of decision process. Who is the arbiter of this, if to say that there is a good outcome, a good rationale to deviate? Would that be an appeal process by an individual? Would that be a regulator? Would that be just throwing it to JR in a court system? I'm just curious kind of what that mechanism is of enforcement. Thank you.
Thanks, my own contribution, and then I'll ask Debbie to come back before we get before we deal with the amendment. The first thing I want to say is, we are the authority that provides adult social care. We will do it. We will always do it to the best of our ability. Our officers will always do it professionally and to the best of their ability. Whatever our political agreements or disagreements there are with national policy, we will always act within the course of the legislation. It's the only responsible thing for us to do. And I hope that provides some reassurance to the people in Cambridgeshire that we're not going to play politics about this stuff. We're going to get on and do the job to the very best of our ability. Having said that, this is a terrible, terrible set of changes that is foisted not just on us, but on local authorities throughout the country. And this is the first time in this committee that we've had the opportunity to debate this. And I welcome the criticisms that have come across different groups during the course of the debate. And that whole phrase, fair cost of care, begs the question, fair to whom? It's not fair to the private funders. What the private funders will do, the self-funders will do, is they will find that their care costs are capped, but the providers will have to just shift money onto the so-called hotel costs in order to be able to survive. So they're not, in the end of the day, going to be paying less money. Is it fair to the people who are publicly funded care users? No, because they're going to find that there's going to be less provision because the care costs to us as a local authority are being driven up. So the poorest people are going to get a worse service so that the better off people get no better service. That is a crazy, crazy reform. And for us as a local authority, we will get, if the national figures are right, something like 2/3 of the cost, but we're going to have, Cambridgeshire Council taxpayers are going to have a third extra burden that the government is introducing, but not paying for. I don't know how the word fair can be used in that context. This is an unfair set of changes. As 2.66 says, this is the wrong change at the wrong time. I do respectfully disagree with Councillor Bowden about the LGA peer group review. I think Councillor van der Ven has answered that. But just if you're a teacher or a parent or a governor of a school and there's an Ofsted coming, do you not take that seriously? You have to, because it has such big implications for your school and its reputation and its future service. So for us not to be preparing for a future inspection would be absolutely wrong. And I praise the officers who have invited that and organised it and taken part in it. I do think the fact that the metrics that we're going to be assessed on as soon as next year are still not published is a huge problem. That's a huge waste of time and effort for us as an authority. And so we're having to guess what the KPIs are, as you've seen in the whole KPIs debate. Like Councillor Bowden, I'm sure we'll get the answer about the number of extra social workers we require and how that's calculated in the answers. But it is fair to say that we've got, in not like every other local authority, we're no different. We've got huge problems in recruiting social workers at the moment. So how are we going to get extra social workers when we can't get the ones that we already need? It's a real problem. And on employment, I just again welcome the comments from the Conservatives on that this is an issue for successive administrations and for us as a country. I personally have had the privilege of being involved in the scheme of the former Prince Charles, now King Charles, on employment for people with disabilities with private sector employers. And I remain of the opinion that we can always do better, but we need societal change of attitudes amongst employers if we're going to open up more employment opportunities for people with disabilities of all types. And that is a direct appeal to employers and businesses here in Cambridgeshire. I do think that we've waited a long time for this report because the officers have wanted to tease through its implications and its costings. So I understand why that's the case, but this is a set of proposals that has been we've been aware of now for nearly a year, and it's important that we fully assess those as we have done in what I think has been a very good debate today. As I say, we'll come to the amendment and to the votes, but first I'm going to ask Debbie to reply to the debate.
Okay, so I'm going to respond to some of the comments and the questions. So, and I know it's already been covered in terms of the response, but in terms of the LGA peer review, I think it's worth understanding that in adult social care, we haven't had any sort of assurance framework for at least 12 years. So we're very different to children's, where Ofsted come in, and rightly so, also with education on a regular basis. So it was about, so we felt felt that we knew our strengths. We also felt that we knew our areas for development, but it's always useful to get that external view in terms of where we are as an organisation and the areas that we need to develop on. And it was also about supporting our teams and our managers, because actually this is something very new for them. So we wanted people to have that experience so that actually when we go through the assurance framework, people are you know, understand what it's all about. In terms of the financial impact and integration with health. So we have got, you know, as I've already mentioned, some examples now, and it's not always necessarily about pooled budgets. So, you know, there are some examples at the moment where we're working very closely with our primary care networks around delivering strength-based training and tech training so that actually they get on board with the early intervention and prevention. And that's really being received really quite well. And I didn't know whether it might be useful that to provide the detail in terms of the work that's happening across both the north and south and how it links might be worthwhile bringing forward. In terms of the assessments, so a social care assessment isn't necessarily straightforward. So when you do the maths, I can understand why that, you know, why we're being asked that question. But it is looking at a complex range of options. Often, you know, we're looking at mental capacity assessments. We have to consider the carers within that assessment process. And again, we'd be looking at carers assessments. We have to arrange, you know, we have to speak with a range of different professionals. And also we have to consider whether people are eligible for funded nursing care and continuing healthcare. So it's quite a complex process, and it's not something that, you know, can be turned around quickly. Having said that, we will obviously review and review the numbers that have been put forward, but we do need to ensure that actually we've got the capability in the workforce to respond to the reforms and what's required. Financial assessments are more transactional, but actually they're also quite complex when, you know, you really have to understand somebody's finances, property, bonds. I mean, it you know, is a complex area, but we recognise that we won't need as many financial assessment officers as we do social workers. I'm just moving on. So I think there was a question from Councillor Daunton. I think, Justine, you were going to respond to that, weren't you, in terms of the fair cost of care and Lambuson? Sorry, but we are sharing mics.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to follow on a little bit from Debbie's response about assessments as well. The thing about care assessments is we have to keep doing them. So it's not a one-off process. So we have to do them every year and changes of needs. So you need more social workers just because you keep doing those, and that takes time on an annual basis. Sorry, is that better? Okay.
Yeah, I could bring it even closer to you, I think. Sorry for people that are listening online. The audibility wasn't quite as good as it was.
Okay,
Justine,
I'll try not to shout at everybody. Okay, so in terms of the things that we have to submit by the 14th of October and where we've got to with those, we had hoped to be further forward than we are, but Lang Buisson have been doing work for us, obviously, in terms of the cost of care, and the reports that we have to produce are very dependent on the outputs of the Lang Buisson exercise. They have, and I think it's a national issue, had to work really hard to get provider engagement at the sort of levels that we would want to get reasonable numbers out of that exercise. And so they have extended the deadline for providers several times, which has pushed back the time scales by which we get our information back. We still don't, as Councillor Bowden has referred to, we still don't have our final reports from Lang Buisson. They should be with us imminently, but obviously that is pushing us in terms of the 14th of October deadline. But nonetheless, we have the cost of care report for care homes is quite well developed now, as are the market sustainability plans for both home care and care homes. They are going to corporate leadership team on Monday. The one that we are struggling with is home care, because we still are only just getting, we got the final data spreadsheet yesterday from Lang Buisson, although we think we probably need an update to that again today because it didn't quite tie up to the report we got. So the 14th of October was always going to be tight. All councils across the country said this is going to be really, really tight. We will be ready, but it will be a close thing. But yeah. And I think there was some other questions in terms of the costs being higher than the funding. The table that's in the paper actually relates to care homes only. Having done the cost of care work, so the numbers that are in the paper are estimates that were done by a company called Newton Europe in collaboration with the County Councils Network. And they gave us a sort of estimated figure for Cambridgeshire. Having done the cost of care work for care homes, that's pretty close to what we think it will be. But there will be wider cost implications than that. So that's care homes, home care. We think, well, there will also be a gap. And also, if you push up the rates that you pay care homes in this sector, then that will have knock-on impacts in learning disability. It will have knock-on impacts for health partners as well in terms of their costs, because the market costs will obviously go up. So significant financial implications, and really unclear about the levels of funding that we'll get to meet that. But the indications we've got are that we will get nowhere near enough to move to that fair cost of care. Although having said that, the DHSC is very clear that what these cost of care exercises are producing is a median cost. They would not expect that cost to be paid to every home. So different homes in different parts of the county will have different capital costs, obviously. They'll have different labour markets they're working in. So we already pay different amounts to different providers, and there's no expectation that that would change. In terms of ultimately who makes that decision, DHSC is very clear that the cost of care output is not what you would expect, is not the same as the fee rate that we will pay to providers. So the expectation is that councils will continue to work with providers, with their market knowledge, testing, how when we go out to procure, etc., how much we can obtain these things for, that we wouldn't expect to pay that fair cost of care. That's not DHSC's expectation, but clearly it is that we will close the gap and move towards it over a period of time. And it's not clear what that period of time is. The expectation is it will be different for different authorities. So some authorities are expected to have moved closer to the cost this cost of care as it comes out of this exercise over the current spending review period, and others it's expected will take longer. In terms of who's the final arbiter, so we have got some legal advice which was commissioned by the LGA on behalf of all councils. There have been legal challenges because cost of care exercises are not new things. A number of councils have done them before, some of them several times, and there have been legal challenges. But the case law that we've been given, the councils have been able to defend their position on the basis of their knowledge of the market, of the fact that there is a buoyant market or a market, there are people exiting and entering, and the number of care homes that are closing, etc., would be taken into account in that sort of thing. So we are very aware as a sector that putting these cost of care numbers out into the market could lead to providers asking for more money, but that legal advice is what's been shared with us all, is about that it is our responsibility as market commissioners. And of course, we have a responsibility as well to secure best value for the public purse. So there is a sort of a direct impact of that as well in terms of what we would pay. And I think that was it.
Any more from you, Debbie?
Yeah, just a couple of more responses. Councillor Bowden, I apologise, I did skip over the employment for learning disability. And, we have got some really good examples, hot pots, tag bikes, etc., but we know we could do more. So it's just to give you the assurance that under the day opportunities review, we are creating an employment support framework. And this is looking, so our existing framework has standard and complex, and then we're looking to create a third pathway. And we're currently speaking with providers to map the current provision and also to clarify who is already providing employment and where we need to expand that offer. So there is already work that's been undertaken there, recognising we're not where we need to be. I think the other issues that were raised by Councillor van der Ven and Councillor Maguire were around workforce. And I think just to put that into context, across adults, we've been working incredibly hard to close that gap. We're currently at 17%, which, you know, we don't benchmark too badly. And we've done that through really focusing on apprenticeships, bringing in newly qualified social workers and making sure they've got the right support. And also we've put forward a number of proposals that have been agreed in terms of recruitment and retention. So that was around the recruitment and retention payment, flexible working, making sure that staff have continued professional development training days, so 6 days a year, and more recently paying for their registration. So we're very good. We link in very closely with the Eastern Region Network, and we make sure that we know what everybody else is doing, and we think about, okay, is that something we could implement locally so that actually the offer we are putting out there is really robust. I think that was all of the questions that I've noted down.
Thank you very much. We now move to the amendment. It's quite long, so I'm not going to read it out because everyone's had it distributed and it does appear on the website. I will read it out if it passes when we come to the final vote. I'm putting the amendment, and essentially it's an amendment which says that Cambridgeshire County Council stands full square with the County Councils Network and with the Local Government Association in telling the government that they have not fixed social care. It's a broken system and it needs long-term sustainable funding in order to be able to do the job which it is there to do and which we want to do. That this dangerous, the LGA calls it perilous underfunding of social care by the government is because this major reform comes at a time when there's incredible pressure on the system in terms of both demand and inflation. And these three things do not intersect. As Justine Hartley has said, we'll comply with any deadlines, but the deadlines are unrealistic and damaging. And even at this stage, we, Cambridgeshire County Council, with our local government partners, call on the government to delay the implementation of this by 6 months and by 12 months for the assurance. We pledge that we as Cambridgeshire County Council will fully and intensively take part in lobbying of government in the interests of these objectives should the amendment pass. The only other thing I want to say in introduction is this. I've taken part in the regional meetings with Susan and our officers and listened to what other councils are saying. And I want to quote some of them. First of all, from the LGA, Councillor Martin Tett, Conservative leader of Buckinghamshire, who says, whilst the perception is that social care is fixed with reform on the way, the experience of those who require care now is anything but. We heard from Chris Badger, who's the chair of our regional directors of adult social services, that you can't move forward the fair cost of care if inflation is not funded. And in Hertfordshire County Council, Conservative, they have taken a decision to prioritise safeguarding over more financial assessments to meet the care cap. We've heard from the Director of Adult Social Services at Central Bedfordshire that the workforce problems that they and we are all facing completely jeopardise this reform. We've heard from the Director of Adult Social Services at Norfolk County Council, Conservative, that this reform represents, quote, the broadest level of pain I can think of, unquote. And we've heard from the leader of Conservative Norfolk County Council that people leaving the market, providers leaving the market is widespread, and that our political masters, he's a Conservative, don't understand that the CQ assessment will provide bad news day after day because of the financial problems we face. And we've heard from the Conservative leader of Hertfordshire County Council that there just aren't more people to work in adult social care. I think it's absolutely right that Cambridgeshire County Council stands with our local government partners and gives government the clearest message that this is the wrong reform at the wrong time. The current Prime Minister on the 22nd of August said she would give more money to adult social care. We haven't seen it. All we hear is that there is the prospect of further public service cuts. We have to speak out. That's why this amendment is right. And I invite every member across all the political groups to support it. The seconder is Councillor van der Ven. Councillor van der Ven is waiving her right to speak at this stage. I invite Councillor Ambrose Smith, please.
Thank you, Chair. I noticed on my paper you don't have a seconder, and I was actually going to second it. So if you're happy to withdraw, I'd appreciate that.
I think that's really excellent, and Councillor van der Ven has agreed to withdraw, and thank you so much. I invite you to speak.
And so the other correspondence you've been talking about said it all as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other speakers? Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. Unlike the administration, we don't operate a whip on our side of the table, so we can each speak our individual minds, which I think is an appropriate thing to do. And I'm very disappointed with both the process with which this amendment has been brought forward and the content of it. Historically, or at least in the previous administration, every attempt was made on adult social care and particularly on health to ensure that we worked together as a council across political parties. And I'm sorry to say that under the new administration, that attitude has changed dramatically. You are aware, Chair, and in fact, I've said it even today, that we on this side of the chamber are perfectly willing to criticize where criticism is due of things which have been introduced by government, for example, the way in which the integrated care system is being introduced, which is not living up to promise or not satisfactory. And there are many problems which I think that we can share our concerns about. And that's why it would have been more appropriate, if you'll pardon my suggesting it, Chair, well, you've got every right to do what you've done, but it would have been more appropriate for you to consult with us before putting this amendment forward to ensure that there could be cross-party agreement, rather than introducing some wording which is blatantly party political within the motion, the amendment itself, almost as if it's designed to create division rather than to create the coalition that we should have as a council as a whole in pursuing the interests of our residents and of this council. I think that as far as this motion is concerned, you mentioned that it included a 12-month suspension or proposed suspension for the assurance review. I have to admit I didn't actually read that in the motion at all. So unless I'm seeing a wrong version of the motion, maybe there is more than one version of this amendment which we've got in front of us, and that somewhat concerns me. We have opportunities which we could have put in here. We could have mentioned the failure to deliver on the opportunities within the ICS system, which should be part of the process of ensuring that social care is properly or more adequately funded within the system. Merely to demand more central government money is too simplistic on this, although central government money obviously is part of it, since the money which comes for the system overwhelmingly does come from central government. So making this blatantly party political, I don't really think is helpful, and I'm not able to support it. I'm also concerned about the proposal to delay the implementation of some of the sections 18 provisions, which will provide more fairness within the system as a whole for many individuals, which has just been ignored or talked away, I believe, incorrectly. And thirdly, I think it's highly irresponsible for us to be passing a motion, even if you are merely quoting, but for us to pass an amendment and then a motion which talks about the system of adult social care being, quote, on the brink of collapse. I think it is absolutely essential for us to get the message out to all those individuals, including those who are most vulnerable in our county, that their social care is not on the brink of collapse. They are going to continue to receive the care that they're entitled to. And it just fails to allay the fears that some individuals have, and in fact could stoke those fears by putting forward wording in this way. So I don't think that that's a responsible thing to do. And whilst I do accept that it is a quote, I think that nevertheless it's a quite unhelpful quote to give without the qualification, which should have been in this amendment, that as far as Cambridgeshire is concerned, we are not in a position where we are about to stop providing the social care to individuals which they're entitled to. So I'm disappointed, Chair, that you didn't take the opportunity to make this a cross-party proposal. And I would like you to consider in the future, when you're considering a matter such as this, to think about trying to make things more cross-party rather than to try to make them partisan. Thank you, Chair.
Any other members wish to contribute? Councillor Wilson, please.
I was very disappointed with what Chris has just said, and was much happier with Councillor Ambrose Smith and his proposal to second the motion. I think what's been done here is quote what the County Council Network and the LGA are saying, and to be quite clear that we as a council are endorsing those statements. I think from when we considered the risk register at SNR on Friday afternoon, we were concerned about the lack of overall resources, and the lack of overall resources is our highest risk in the county council. The officers are also going away to look at the likelihood score of some of the other risks, because in my view, there is quite a high likelihood of us being unable to deliver on some of our statutory obligations, such as adult social care, simply because we don't have enough money. And therefore, I'm delighted to support this amendment. And I think it is quite right that we should pledge to continue, as we had done in previous administrations, to intensively lobby central government to get adequate funding for this activity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van de Ven.
Thank you. Not to repeat what's been said, just to emphasize, I guess, the numbers don't add up, and we have a duty to alert government that these reforms cannot work as they stand. I think the LGA and the County Councils Network have, if anything, been more outspoken than we have been. And we work with our partners cross-party within those forums, those specialized forums. That is our chance to learn and to work together. And I think it is, the statements that have been read out are not party political. These are practical, urgent considerations, and that we absolutely must add our voice. There's too much at stake not to. And thank you again, Councillor Ambrose Smith, for your support.
And I can do a very brief summing up. It is true, I just want to place on record the point about the assurance coming in after 12 months isn't in the resolution. It is something that has been asked for in a letter from the LGA, but I fully accept it's not being contained in detail in the resolution, other than our support for the Local Government Association position. What I'd say is this: I'm not going to get into arguments about internal group relations in the Cambridgeshire County Council. I frankly think this is far more important than that. And both the wording of the amendment and the way that I presented it shows that this should not be party political. All but 2 county councils are Conservative controlled, and they've signed up to these words. And the point about the House of Commons Select Committee is those were signed up to by Conservative MPs. And so I just say to Councillor Bowden, you do have to choose between your own Conservative colleagues in local government, your own Conservative backbench MPs all backing this government, And I would invite you to show that we have a full cross-party support behind these calls. And I also add to what Councillor Van der Ven said, thanking Councillor Ambrose Smith for being able to see that. I hope all of the Conservative colleagues will do the same. We'll now take the vote. Those in favour of the amendment, please show. How many? 11 votes for. Those against, please show. 2. And any abstentions? 0. I will just place on record that by 5 to 2, the Conservatives present chose to support the resolution. I respect people who have a different view, but I will just place that on the record. That is clearly carried. We now move to the substantive resolution, which I have to, I believe, read out. Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking for guidance, but I know that I have to because that's the rule. Well, I do because of the people online. That's what the rule says. Giving me a second to get to the key points.
Chair, have we agreed the rest of the motion, the first 2 points? We voted on the amendment. What about the other 2 points?
That's what I'm about to do, but the rules require me to read out the recommendations. So that's why I'm just delaying to get to the exact right point. So the recommendations are as follows. A, to note the overview and context provided in relation to adult social care reforms. B, to note the operational finance implications to the council. C, to fully endorse the County Council's network statement that the government has not fixed adult social care as claimed, but instead is drastically underfunding adult social care, placing councils under severe strain, leading to longer waiting lists and requiring the quality and accessibility of care services to be scaled back. D, fully endorses the call from the Local Government Association for the Prime Minister to make good her pledge to provide additional monies to social care, calling for £6 billion additional monies to tackle current pressures, and a further £7 billion to local authorities to enable us to meet our statutory duties, and calling for a delay of 6 months in implementation of adult social care reform, expresses our deep concern at the findings of the cross-party House of Commons Levelling Up Housing and Community Select Committee that the system of adult social care is, quote, on the brink of collapse, unquote. And E, pledges that Cambridgeshire County Council will continue to undertake full and intensive involvement with our local government partners in order to lobby government to agree these calls in the interests of the people of Cambridgeshire. Those in favour, please show. 13 votes in favour. Those against, please show. 1. Any abstentions? That is passed. We did determine that this would be a major debate as part of our debate today. I thank everyone who's taken part for the quality of the debate and also for the outcome. I now... Yeah, it's a point of order.
It's about how we present this. I wanted to give Councillor Bowden some support in terms of we don't want to alarm people, especially people who are already stressed and in need of care, and we must be very careful with our communications.
Okay.
All of us, personally and corporately.
Yeah,
thank you.
Well, I happen to agree with that, but the debate is closed, and I just stand by the points I made at the very start of the debate about our commitment to providing the service. We now move on to item 5, Adults and Health Business Planning Update. Just for those of us, those of the public that are watching, we had a full development session as members of the committee in the last month on this. So I'm expecting, and as we're noting the report, I'm expecting this to be a fairly concise item. It will be presented by Jyoti Attry and first Will Patton.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So this paper is a summary overview of our current business planning position, and I'll just pull out the key points if I may. So We currently have a financial gap of just over 28 million. That's largely being driven through inflationary pressures, which is a very large proportion of that gap. We also have the additional burden of the social care reform, which are detailed on page 59. From an adult's point of view, we have reviewed the inflation and demand projections, and they're detailed in pages 60 to 63. We've also started to identify efficiency opportunities and savings opportunities. They are summarised on page 64. We are also looking for other opportunities to help contribute to closing the gap. Some of those are highlighted on page 66. That work is ongoing at the moment, and we will be bringing additional proposals back to committee in due course.
Thank you. And Jyoti Atree, please.
We've identified efficiencies to the tune of around 60,000, which we'll be using to support drug and alcohol family safeguarding and prevention service. In terms of investment, we have received 776k in terms of an uplift to our grant allocation, and that is predominantly to cover inflationary NHS staffing pressures. So the money will be going to largely support the inflationary pressures because of Agenda for Change. And then there's also further investments in child weight management. We really don't invest enough in that area of service, and a growing need, as I'm sure you all know, as well as to cover inflationary pressures in our stop smoking and health checks services, mainly for consumables. We're also investing in infection prevention control nurse to support adult social care to deliver their obligations in terms of social care services and maintaining infection prevention control oversight in those services. Thank you.
And if there are questions, Justine Hartley is also here and will be able to help answer them with Will and with Jyoti. Any questions or comments? Susan.
Just a small question.
Sorry, I should say Councillor Van de Ven.
I'm sorry. There's mention of the discretionary prevention spend beginning to show a positive effect. Could you just say a little bit about that? Do you want me to, does that sorry, I don't have the exact point in the paper. I can ask you about that.
Perhaps we'll do that afterwards then. So I'm sure there's a wish to answer any question, but
sorry,
it might be better done afterwards. So we get the exact point in the paper. Is that's a good suggestion. No one else? Okay, the recommendation is that we note the overview and context provided for 23 to 28 business plan. We note the initial estimates made for demand, inflationary and other pressures, and we note the overview and estimates made for the updated capital programme. Anyone want to vote on that? No? Can I take it as agreed? I need to see nods. I'm seeing nods on both sides, so that is agreed. We now move to item 6. Which is winter planning, prevention and control of winter infections. Again, just the Conservatives, we took seriously this discussion about whether we kept COVID updates on the agenda. And as I've said to the spokes, we decided not to do that, but to give a chance for us to hear from and ask questions of our Director of Public Health in the context that COVID and flu and other risks are likely to together be the threat during the course of the winter, and to ask the report under the title Winter Planning and Pressures. Having said that, I ask Jyoti Atree to address the meeting.
Thank you. I think no matter which way you look at this, we're in for a difficult winter. And as you mentioned, Councillor Howard, there are 3 main concerns that will contribute to those pressures, and they are COVID. And we're now starting to see an uptake in infection rates again. mainly because of the return of children back to school. So we're seeing them increase. Actually, they're increasing in every age group, but predominantly in the secondary school age group and the 25 to 30 age bracket. That's also resulting in an increase in the number of people admitted with COVID. But we're not seeing an increase, thankfully, in acute admissions or ICU bed use, and that will be because of the protection offered through the vaccine. Of course, those who haven't taken up any vaccine or haven't taken up their full 3 courses will be at increased risk. We're not seeing any variants circulating that would cause concern. So nothing that we think would lead to a spike in admissions, evade vaccine protection, or affect children or a different client group, for example. So nothing out of the ordinary, just carrying on with what we've seen in previous years, but with the protection offered through vaccine. But of course, when COVID is circulating, even if it's not causing acute infection, it does cause pressure on the health service because further precautions need to be taken, and it affects sickness absence as well. So that's going to be one of the things that are in the mix causing difficulties this winter. And then secondly, and perhaps even more importantly, flu is of major concern. We've been watching what's happened in Australia, who've had their flu season kick off already. And the striking features are that there was an earlier flu season. So I think, we can expect that here too. And children were more adversely affected than we've seen previously. So more hospital admissions for children as a result of flu. And that's probably because they hadn't had the protection from circulating flu virus because of lockdowns, etc., over the last 2 years. So a big push on flu vaccination, I think, is needed. We can't be complacent about this, and the expansion of who's eligible, I think, is welcome and warranted this year. So we are now starting to campaign and get the message out to don't delay getting your flu vaccine because it's likely to be circulating earlier this year, and that vaccine will offer you protection. And then I think the other key feature this year will be cost of living, fuel prices that will possibly lead to more people being admitted for winter-related conditions, respiratory conditions, cardiovascular risk may increase because of that. And then I think there'll be challenges in getting people back out of hospital into safe, warm homes. So I think those 3 things together, each one of them alone would cause concern, but together I think will really lead to quite a miserable winter. I hate being the merchant of doom and gloom, but I'm afraid that's I have to report what I'm seeing. Thank you.
You have to tell it as it is, and that we don't blame you personally. We thank you and your team for what you do. Councillor Slater is first, please.
Thank you, Chair. Homing in on vaccinations, please, and an implication of 3.4. I myself have been vaccinated now with both. I'm really grateful. I'm obviously elderly enough to be eligible. Now, I was alarmed yesterday to find, especially when I said I was going to adults and health today, that teachers are not eligible for the COVID vaccine, according as far as they know. Now, clearly, this is not sensible because the implications of one member of staff staying home is obviously greater than the class or the people whose children then need different sort of education or care. So I know that some of this is national decision, in which case, please let me, if we can back you up on enabling teachers to be eligible, that would be good. But at the moment, they are all really feeling undervalued, they're under pressure, and it is just an important element in a sensible investment on our part or public money to get them vaccinated so they feel able to go to school and they are going to be healthy to stay working at school. Thank you.
Councillor Bowden, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to follow up on vaccinations as well after Councillor Slater. It is really important that we are not alarmist. And the reason it's important not to be alarmist is that when the alarm really does need to be sounded, we won't be as believed as we need to be. Having said that, there is a serious threat that is faced. And I think that the Director of Public Health is entirely correct to point out the correlation, the very long-standing correlation there has been between the flu season in Australia and New Zealand and what happens best part of 6 months later in the Northern Hemisphere. And that's extremely well established over a long period of time. There's no reason to believe that that link is going to be broken now. So I was pleased to hear, to be quite honest, that the Director of Public Health put greater importance upon the flu jab. She said it was more importantly about the flu jab than the COVID vaccine, but both of them are needed. And I think it's so important that we here in Cambridgeshire do the very best that we can to promote both the COVID vaccine and the flu jab, and for them to be taken as quickly as they can be by those individuals who are called up for the vaccination and who have become eligible. I myself, my position is the earliest I was given an opportunity for the 2 jabs was this coming Saturday, and I most certainly took that up. And I think that we as political leaders need to give a message out, but we also need the Director of Public Health and her team to get this message out here locally within Cambridgeshire using whatever means we can, again, without being alarmist, but getting that message clearly out to people that it is in both their own personal interests, their families' interests, and their community's interests for everyone to take up the jabs, both on COVID and on flu, as quickly as they can when they're called up for it. Now, I'm quite happy to volunteer to assist. As I said before, in the past, we used to do things in health on a cross-party basis. If you would like me to be part of that process, I'm more than happy to do so. I think it's really important that we as political leaders make the point, as well as having our professionals on public health doing so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I have a quick question for the Director of Public Health, or Director of Doom, as the Director of Public Health has labelled herself. Depending on the answer to that question, I might have a small part. Is any part or any of our staff have to mandatory take vaccines or the flu jab? No, is that yes? No, that's fine. That's fine, Chairman. I'll stop there. Thank you.
And just for the record, that was a joke by Councillor Howell, not the question, but his premise to the question, and it was quite funny, but it's not going to go on the record. I don't have any other members. I agree with what's been said in the debate. All of us over 50, I know it'll be a surprise to people in the room that I'm over 50, but all of us over 50 have been offered the chance to have both a flu and a COVID jab. My partner's already had hers. I'm waiting for mine. And I think our message should be, we've got 2 arms, use both of them. Jyoti.
Thank you. I'll address the point about teachers first. It is a national decision. It's based on the JCVI decision-making process, so we're just locally adhering to that. It will be based on risk, and remember, the vaccine doesn't stop you from getting COVID or even passing it on, but just the acuteness of it is moderated, and for that reason, I think it's probably correct. It's a correct decision not to include teachers in that cohort. They will have had 3 jabs if they're eligible for that, and that should offer them sufficient protection. And we're not seeing any new variants circulating either at the moment. I'll try not to be alarmist. I try not to be alarmist and tell it as it is. I don't like being the merchant of doom. And I'll try and think of positive things to say next time. Can I bring something positive next time, maybe? We're absolutely promoting both COVID and flu and taking any opportunity we can. So we've got a couple of TV interviews this week. Charlotte and I have written a letter out to care homes and to care home staff to promote uptake in that client group as well for both COVID and flu. So I absolutely agree with you on that point. And I think we've missed a photo op if you've had yours on Saturday. Oh, well, let's use that then as you can be our poster boy. Thank you.
I think we'll have to give it an 18 certificate if we put it on a poster. Well, the debate is closed, but so 1 minute maximum each. Councillor Bird first.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a quickie, really. I'm having mine actually on Saturday, so looking forward to that. I just wondered if you'd got a concern with the cost of living, how things are, people not having their heating on, which is going to cause problems with damp and stuff like that, as we know in housing. And then it's going to hit the health part of it. I don't know if you've heard anything about what can be done.
I'll just take Councillor van der Ven first and then ask you to reply, but a very good question. The health impact of people worrying about energy bills and not using their heating. Councillor van der Ven.
Thanks. I just for information, I don't think that all of us over 50s have had invitations to be vaccinated. So that's just feedback. And the community centres that are offering the vaccination at weekends doing an absolutely phenomenal job. I went along and proactively got mine, but they are asking what's happening to our funding after December 31st. We don't know what the winter plan is actually for the COVID vaccination. Thanks.
And you're over 50 as well. I can hardly believe it. Two very serious questions there. The health impact of worries about fuel bills and the funding for further COVID vaccinations after the end of December.
I can't comment on the latter. I'd need to ask ICB colleagues about that. But the first, we've looked at the potential health impacts of cost of living, and in particular, as you point out, affordability of warmth. I mean, that's just one, and that there are many. It will just increase general poverty, and people are going to have to make difficult choices between food and heat and housing. So we've done that. That's one piece of work, and that will be reported to the Health and Wellbeing Board actually. And we've made some contributions to winter warmth schemes, supporting insulation, etc., through the public health grant. I know the council is also working on warm zones, warm hubs for people to go to get some respite from the cold. It is a significant concern. We know that respiratory conditions, cardiovascular risk increases with cold weather, and if people aren't able to heat their homes, that will undoubtedly increase risk.
And I think we hear from that the committee would like you to continue to monitor specifically that issue about the impact of energy bills on health, and no doubt we'll want to discuss that with you later in the year. I wonder whether also we could try and get an answer from the ICB, and so I can read it out this afternoon as the question's been properly raised. If they answer in time, I imagine that will be possible. I've already done one extension to the debate. 30 seconds, Councillor Wilson.
My wife works in a COVID vaccination centre, and they've been part-time. It's on my declarations of interest. They've been given notice that they will close at the end of December because GPs are taking over any responsibility for any COVID boosters that might be needed after in the spring. And no decision, I gather, nationally has been made as to whether COVID vaccinations will continue into 2023. And GPs have already taken on responsibility for joint flu and COVID vaccinations, and some of them are already doing it. So you may have had flu in one arm and COVID in the other arm if you'd gone to a local GP.
That was a very helpful explanation. Thank you. We'll still try and get an on the record response from the ICB as the question was asked. We now move to item 7 and the other contracting and commissioning issues. I'm assuming that these will all be brisker items. It doesn't mean that people can't comment and question, of course, as much as they wish, but just to signal that we think these will probably go through a little more quickly. Item 7 is recommissioning drug and alcohol services, pages 99 to 118 of the agenda pack. And Val Thomas, Deputy Director of Public Health, is at the table at the end there, and we welcome her to the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this paper for which is about the recommission of drug and alcohol services. The recommendations are a little complex because the first recommendation is to ask for a delay in the planned procurement from the start of a new service in 24 until 26. If this is supported by the committee, then there is no need to continue to the next set of recommendations, which would be that if we are going forward to 2024, we would, as normal, ask the committee for permission to go out to procurement and so forth, and the things that accompany these, any procurement. The drivers for the first recommendation, a delay in the procurement, relate to two main factors. One, the Drug and Alcohol Services have received substantial additional funding from the centre, from the Office of Health Improvement and Disparities, and that grant allocation spans over a 3-year period, and some of it would go into 2025. It does produce a degree of complexity to the landscape. It's quite a demanding grant in terms of their extensive performance indicators and evaluation built into the grant. And we know that any new procurement does create disruption to services. Obviously, a new provider will want to take part in any procurement, well, usually does. And also it would disrupt the evaluation of the impact of the grant. The second consideration is the introduction of new procurement regulations, which means that public health services that are being commissioned will fall under the same procurement regulations as the NHS. These new procurement regs were supposed to come in this year, but they have been delayed, but they will come into force during the procurement period if we went forward in 2024. Additional information that I think probably supports that is that we are also currently undertaking a drug and alcohol needs assessment, and an extension would give us additional time to digest and assess the impact of what we learn upon any future service. And fourthly, in terms of performance, overall, the performance of the service in terms of comparators, it sits around the national. I think prior to COVID, the service was readjusting quite a bit because there had been some reduction in its funding allocation, and then followed on by COVID, it's had a few challenges in recovering, but overall it has maintained its comparison to national figures. So given those factors, particularly the first two factors, in terms of the complicated commissioning landscape, the recommendation is that we delay the procurement from a new start in April 24 to April 26. And Chair, would you like me to stop at that stage rather than continue?
It's a slightly loaded question, but
Yes.
I thank you for the completeness of your presentation and invite comments and questions from the committee. Councillor Bowden is first.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. We're given a choice between two options here, and it's obviously for the administration to decide which way it's going forward on that. And either way, whichever it is or would be, I'd give support because clearly we need to move forwards. My understanding from speaking to you last week, Chair, is that you're going to be proposing the first way, that is the extension of the existing contract rather than the second, which is going out to commissioning. And so, as I say, I'll give support. But in either case, there are questions. And in terms of going ahead with the existing service, I'm personally not convinced that it would be impossible for us to move forwards, I have to say, on a recommissioning of this service, just because the national rules are changing for the NHS and local authority commissioning of public health services. I'm sure that that could be managed. But the second point which is made, which is a very valid point, is I'm sure you welcome, Chair, as well as the rest of us, the quantity of additional money provided by central government for these services. However, that additional money is, as is often the case with government initiatives, provided on a short-term and short notice basis, and that makes longer-term planning for us very difficult to do. This isn't something which is restricted to public health, of course, and it's a national situation for a whole host of different areas within local authorities. But I do appreciate that that does make the landscape difficult. However, when we are talking about recommissioning, I look at the KPIs that we've got in terms of performance in our area. And whilst in many cases the performance, I have to say, is, as has been stated, pretty much standard across, pretty comparable with the national average, in at least one area we are significantly behind and have been significantly behind for some time. And that is the treatment of those who have opiate addictions and opiate-only addictions. Now, these are very difficult areas where nationally there is a very low success rate anyway, for reasons which many members will be well aware. But our performance is barely 2/3 of the national average. So on something which is a low performance result anyway, we are significantly below the national average. And I just wonder whether it is appropriate for us just to push forward with a 2-year extension of this contract without looking at that one area of notable underperformance to see how we could manage to get our figures up even to the national average, which I fully accept is still an extremely low figure, but it is a very difficult area. So may I put that challenge to you, Chair, or to officers about how we can manage to use this process of recommissioning to try and get that number up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Daunton.
Thank you. Actually, many of my points were very similar to Councillor Bowden, so I won't go back over those, but I do have one very specific question, and that's the role of the Office of Police and Crime Commissioner. The report indicates that that office provides funding to enable closer working. Is that short-term funding? Does it have to be negotiated every year or every 3 years, or is it continuous funding? Thank you.
No more. And just to place on record, the Joint Administration will be supporting that first, or proposing that first recommendation. The overriding argument from my point of view is that we've bought some grant money and we need to make sure it's spent and spent well and not jeopardised and having to be sent back. So that's the overriding argument as far as I'm concerned in favour of that. Val.
Yes, in response to a comment about our performance around the management of people who misuse long-term use of opiates, I think it has been an ongoing challenge for the service for numerous years. We do have a cohort of patients who have been long-term users, and effectively it becomes somewhat management of a long-term condition. So the focus is very much on keeping them physically well and mentally well as possible, but it's extremely hard to get completion and abstention with a cohort of clients or patients. But do appreciate, I think, what the health needs assessment, one of the ambitions of that is to look more closely at how we can reach that ambition. So I appreciate that it's always good when you look at our comparators to find out what they are doing differently with such a cohort of people. And secondly, yes, it does. Every year they have a pot of money, the Office of Police and Crime Commission. Every year we have to not exactly reapply, as they have been providing additional funding for another year, but every year it's a new grant agreement.
And I think Jyoti wanted to add something.
Thank you. You asked me for a good news story, and here is one. We've had significant additional funding for drug and alcohol treatment, and I've been out to see the service, and it is making such a difference to their ability to manage their caseloads. It's reduced the number of cases to workers, and I think that will really help to address the KPI issue that you've highlighted. And I think there is, of course, a risk if we did recommission. It's not beyond the wit of man. I accept that we could, but I think there are risks in doing that, and it certainly wouldn't improve our performance on that particular outcome in the short term. And I think we've got more of a chance keeping a steady ship with this additional money to improve that KPI in particular. Thank you. And with regards to the OPCC, I think we've got some further discussions to have around the totality of budgets going in both directions with the OPC, so that could change.
Thank you. I think the signal from the committee, assuming this passes, is to the team is do look carefully, particularly at that service and its outcome, and use what levers you do have within the existing contract to try and address that. And I'm sure you'll be asked about further progress on that in the future. The recommendation is that the current providers of both adult and children and young people's drug and alcohol treatment service continue to provide services for a further 2 years after the end of their contracts on March 31st, 2024 until March 2026, in line with public contract regulations brackets 2015 and advice received from the head of procurement and commercial and Peterborough legal services. Just to be very proper, if this falls, I will then put the other recommendations that Val Thomas referred to, and I'll read those out should we do that. So the recommendation I've read out, those in favour, please show. (13). Those against? Any abstentions? I didn't see Councillor Maguire. Were you voting in favour of that, Councillor Maguire? Yeah, I didn't see it. I do apologise. So that is indeed unanimous. Thank you. Thank you very much, Val Thomas. We now move to item 8, commissioning behavioural insights, research and interventions. It's page 119 to 124 of the agenda pack. And Val Thomas again to address the committee, please.
Yes, the recommendation of this paper is that the committee supports competitive procurement to commission research into behavioural insights rather, not insults. Sorry, public health has a sort of key role in supporting people with their health behaviours and positive health behaviours. And very often it can be quite challenging. And so when people talk about behavioural insights, so just briefly, what does it mean? Health behaviours have different motivators in different geographies, different cultures. And this is why we all know that, you know, if you eat a sensible diet, it helps you lose weight, but actually getting to the point where people will actually adopt the behaviours that will result in that change is the challenge. And there is an increasing body of research that has emerged over recent years, which shows that if we get that understanding, that does help us make the better interventions that produce better that result in the health behaviours that produce better health outcomes. And so this particular recommendation is that the funding, which is from health reserves, just to add that, so it would be for a 2-year piece of work to undertake insights research across a number of our key health behaviours, and also then for the contractor or provider to develop some appropriate interventions that we could take forward.
Thank you very much for that, including the Freudian slip, but a very interesting and substantial proposal here. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'm delighted to see this as part of the larger package of monies being utilised from our health reserves. It's an appropriate use of our health reserves. I know it may take 2 years for the report to be concluded, but there may be some positive outputs even before then.
Yeah.
And I welcome this in principle, and I'm grateful this is one of the things which has been chosen. I'm a tiny bit concerned about one thing, and I would like to express that concern and hope that it would be taken on board when commissioning. And that is, there has been an enormous amount of research done across the country over the years, including in recent years, about how public health interventions correlate with health behaviours and with health outcomes. We've got an enormous amount of data about that across the country. We don't need to replicate the research which has already been done across the country, and there's a good corpus of information available to us to be able to utilise. What's important is the application of the research which already exists to our situation here in Cambridgeshire. And Val Thomas was entirely correct to say that there are differences in outcomes so far as different communities are concerned, and there are geographical matters as well. So what I would ask is that there be a concentration here, not on pure original research, but on the community and geographical granularity of how that research can apply to the situations that we have here in Cambridgeshire. It won't be simple and straightforward, it never is, but that's where I believe the value comes, not in telling us what we already know from so much research which has been done in the last 2 or 3 years especially, but in fact over the last 20 years and more. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Slatter, please.
Thank you, Chair. And following on from what Councillor Bowden has just said, I don't know just how much choice there will be in the commissioning process and how many agencies there are in this field, but I would hope we would be going for an agency that does just what Councillor Bowden has said, but also it's not just behavioural insight, it's the behavioural change. We all know what we should be doing differently. I know that. As a nurse, I was telling people, and I'm not taking my own advice half the time. Sometimes the insult is a good plan. And sometimes we need some sort of incentive. It may even be, and so that can involve spending. Now, I remember I had a question in this committee, and I was very pleased with the answer that we actually do subsidise people to embark on Weight Watchers or some such programme. And to make those first steps and then leave it to the experts to help you carry on. I do hope that those sort of recommendations and the return on investment that has already been reported, or we can discover if they haven't reported it, that will be part of what this committee is presented with at the end, because the effective interventions, the ones that really do make us change, and we're all in this together, we know why we do the wrong things, and there is a lot of understanding of that. Obviously, some things we don't know, we'll find those out, I hope, but it's also what works to help us change. It's behavioural change as much as anything, I think. Though I know we've already said yes to this more in principle, but I hope that in the spirit of the committee's views as well.
Councillor Maguire, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Chair, could I just draw committee's attention to the first sentence in paragraph 2.1, which says behavioural insights are how people perceive things and how they decide and how they behave. And that's exactly how I'm feeling at this moment in terms of this paper, because I guess more I'm going to have to ask a question. I understand probably the rationale behind Peterborough's decision to only concentrate on one area and only to put £20,000 into this. And that's fine if they're, I guess, if I can use the analogy, they're probably cutting the cloth to suit their pocket, or they have a specific need and that's what they want to concentrate on. So they're targeting, I think. And that contrasts with the recommendation that the county puts 500,000 into it. But I don't therefore understand why in the recommendations we have to get Peterborough's approval for us to spend £500 on £500,000 and they're only going to spend 20,000. I wonder if somebody could explain to me. I know I'm fairly new to this, but it just seems, I understand the joint arrangements, but that just seems peculiar. Hence that first sentence. My perception of this may be wrong.
Yeah, perfectly fair question. Councillor Wilson.
I share all these concerns. I'm particularly keen to understand what we're going to get for £500,000. That seems an awful lot of money when there are so many other pressures on the council. And if we're doing this jointly with Peterborough, are we going to show them what we've got for 500,000? And are they going to show us what they get for 20,000? I would have thought these should be completely separate pieces of work and we don't give them our results.
Okay, I hear that. Yeah, so Councillor Van der Ven.
Thanks. I was really wanting to ask for a sort of a case study, an example of how this plays out. And somebody just mentioned, presumably we'll see the fruits of this before the 2 years are up. And I think actually it would be very, very good if we could in some form have early understanding of what's going on, but presumably this is absolute bread and butter to public health. The change in behavior is a fine art, and this is absolutely necessary to delivering change. But I would love to have a better understanding of how it translates and what we're seeing out there around us, actually, that derives from this kind of work. Thanks.
And just from me, I think like the tender document hasn't been drawn up. So I hope the officers will be listening carefully to the points that have been made in the committee and what I'm hearing, and it was discussed at the spokes meeting as well, is that we want this to be very much about local insight of local people. And as Councillor Satter said, effective research that gives us information that guides our public health programmes. So we've got brilliant public health programmes, the strategies are fantastic, but we all know there are some difficult nuts to crack there. We need to be able to focus where we can make a difference that might actually improve things. And this research should be aimed at enabling us to do that. Also, I think it is important we get a clear answer about the relationship with Peterborough on this and the proportion of the research that will take place in Cambridgeshire and the share of costs, so that there isn't any appearance of subsidy from Cambridgeshire to Peterborough, which would be unwarranted. Val?
Yes, fully support the sort of comments on the granularity of the approach was absolutely essential, because we know there are differences, and we'll need to make sure that in the service specification that is a very clear requirement. Motivations are complicated and reflect many factors, and any piece of research needs to be sensitive to that. And we will ensure that the 500k plus 20 is actually, it's and it says subject to Peterborough approval. That has now moved on a little bit since this paper. It's more about being a joint procurement rather than a separate procurement, not them giving permission for us to spend 500k on it. I'm asking for the committee to support a joint procurement with Peterborough. So it's not.
I come back on that, just clarify then.
No, Councillor Maguire, I will bring you back.
Okay.
But I'd like Val to have a chance not to be interrupted and to be able to give her full set of answers. I won't stop you coming back, I do promise.
The related question to that around the £20,000 probably reflects a number of factors, and with regard to where Peterborough is at this moment in time, and I think in terms of their choice of where they'd want the research to focus reflects their need, as you rightly assumed. And going on to an early report, I would say that the important sort of stage would be when they've done the research, perhaps in just one particular area, would be to bring it back to committee in terms of seeing whether it resonates with yourself, your communities and so forth, and to have insight on how it should inform, how you think it should inform the research, and to bring your knowledge to it as well.
Councillor Maguire.
Thank you. I understand the clarification in that it's, as you say, it's moved on since then. But I suppose really, Chairman, my question is to you then, because the recommendation, it says subject to approval on both B and C. And therefore, if it's simply a joint arrangements for a contract, I mean, if Peterborough decided not even to involve themselves at some stage for whatever reason, would not stop us going ahead. So therefore, the recommendations, Chairman, I'm assuming you will actually amend those so that they're not subject to approval by Peterborough City Council, because we've already heard that it's not necessary that we get their approval. So can I just confirm that's my understanding?
Well, in terms of what I put to the vote, I'm listening carefully to your question and the answers. So I'll comment on that when I've heard all the answers. I think the question that I put, I don't know whether Val or Jyoti want to answer, is it 500,000 of Cambridgeshire money? And if it is, are 50/52ths, i.e. 99% of the research with Cambridgeshire people and in Cambridgeshire locations? Can we have a clear answer on that?
The 500k would be spent solely in Cambridgeshire. The other part of it would be it's IMS and VACs in Peterborough. And I think we would make this very clear in the service specification and the contract.
Thank you. Jyoti.
Thank you.
completely understand your concerns about the imbalance of funding, and if we had more money in Peterborough, we would absolutely put more money into this. We will absolutely draw on existing research. That is, that's the first thing, what's already out there that we can then build on. With regards to, can I give an example of how this might work? I've seen it work really well in Wales, where we carried out some behavioural insights around a routine and manual folks smoking. And what that identified was that they didn't think, because they brought it on themselves, they've seemed to bring it on themselves, they didn't think they were worthy of help. And that led to a complete change in our marketing campaign, which made it really clear that they were entitled to help. And that then led to an increase in overall uptake, but more specifically, an increase in uptake in the routine and manual group that we were targeting. We also use social marketing, Facebook, to give very targeted communications about where they could access support, etc. So that's how it could, that's an example of how it could work. And I've seen it work to very good effect. Yes, it's a lot of money, but it's a drop in the ocean. We're competing against the food industry, Coca-Cola, the alcohol industry. This is a drop in the ocean, and it's drawing on the sorts of techniques that are used by the commercial sector for public good. I think I've addressed the Peterborough contribution. Yes, this is absolutely, we are in the business of behaviour change, and to use a scientific approach and an informed approach to this will make us much more effective. Thank you. And just to address the point of will we share learning, I think that's a really, you asked me earlier, are we going to draw on learning that's already happened? That's learning that's done elsewhere, internationally, nationally. I think I can't preclude that we wouldn't share that learning. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that was an open answer. I've just taken advice that we could, in response to Councillor Byers' request, drop the references to agreement of Peterborough City Council. If they agree, we jointly procure. If they don't, we just get on and do it ourselves. I just want to check that both Tamar and Jyoti are comfortable if we do that. Yes. Yeah, I think there might be two references to Peterborough in it.
Yeah.
Can I just check with Tamar first, though, because she's got a procedural role. Okay. Val Thomas
But
first.
there is a question in there about the delegation of authority. We'd have to have Peter's approval to delegate authority for Cambridgeshire to act as a lead commissioner. So there is something in there about that.
Well, I think what I read out was that if Peterborough agree, it's a joint commission with us acting as the lead commissioner. If they don't agree, we'll just go ahead and do it ourselves. So I think that is covered by what I read out. I just want to check Tamar is comfortable.
It was just to emphasise the point, we do need something about the lead commissioner.
So where am I, can I be clear where I'm taking out the subject to approval by Peterborough City Council, at what point?
In B, you would take out subject to approval by Peterborough City Council, and you would add something with Peterborough City Council should they choose. And then in C, you would say, if agreed by Peterborough City Council, to delegate authority. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Are you happy with that?
So if agreed
by Peterborough City Council?
Yeah, and B, what wording, I need to be clear on what wording you would like me to add for B.
For B, I'll just repeat it. Subject to approval by Peterborough City Council, should they choose. Should they choose. And what I read that as meaning that we would just go ahead and do it ourselves if they didn't. Before I bring in any other members, I just want to check that. Are you happy with that? Yeah. No, I'm asking you. Is that procedurally clear? Yeah, great. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. Just on a point of order, if I may, because it is important that we do follow procedure. My understanding was that amendments just aren't permitted without giving due notice under the standing orders as they exist. Now, it makes abundant sense what is being suggested here, and I'd be more than happy to support it, but I just wonder whether it is actually in accordance with the provisions that we've currently got in the Constitution to do this.
Yeah, the rules are clear that there's a discretion of the chair to accept amendments on the day. I tend not to, that's my practice, but this has come up during the course of the debate, and in my view is important for the decision. And if we didn't do it, it would impact the decision in such a damaging way that, as Councillor Maguire has argued, that it's necessary to do it. I won't be doing it regularly, but where it's justified, I will. Right, so the new recommendations are that the Competitive Procurement Commission behavioural insights, research and interventions. C, subject to approval by Peterborough City Council, should they choose to jointly commission behavioural insights, research and interventions with Peterborough City Council. C, to delegate authority to Cambridgeshire County Council to act as lead commissioner and undertake the procurement and ongoing contract management. D, authorisation of the Director of Public Health in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of the Adults and Health Committee to award a contract up to the value of £520,000. Yeah.
Say it's agreed by Peterborough City Council.
Then I will repeat it, and I thank you for your help. If agreed by Peterborough City Council to delegate authority to Cambridgeshire County Council to act as lead commissioner and to undertake the procurement and ongoing contract management. D, authorisation, but I've read that already, and that sentence finishes to the successful provider subject always to compliance with all required legal processes. And E, authorisation of Pathfinder Legal Services Limited to draft and complete the necessary contract documentation. And just for absolute clarity, not adding or amending, but I think if the minute to the debate shows me replying to Councillor Maguire that should Peterborough City Council not wish to go ahead, our intention is to go ahead as Cambridge County Council. I think that then would complete it without trying to weave that into more and more amendments and wording. Those in favour of the recommendations, please show. That is unanimous. Thank you very much, and thank you for the debate on that, and thank you to Val. Item 9, let's just check the time. I think the time means I have to take a break at this point. The time now is 12:04. Can you please be back here at 12:14, please?
Thank you.
you could take a seat, that would be great. We want to resume. The sun is shining on Councillor Slatter, as it always does, whatever the weather. Item 9. Adults Community Occupational Therapy Service, Section 75 agreement is on pages 125 to 132 of the agenda pack. And welcome to Diana Mackay. She's Commissioning Manager, Accommodation Team, Adults Commissioning, who joins us to present the report. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Chair. So this report concerns the Adults OT Service, Occupational Therapy Service, commissioned from Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Foundation Trust under a Section 75 agreement. Committee, the recommendation is that the contract with CPFT is extended for 1 + 1 years with an annual value of 1.8 million. And also to ask committee to note the intention to undertake a service review to inform the commissioning of the service going forward. If I just summarise some of the key points in the paper, the occupational therapy service has been an integrated health and social care service for many years, since 2004. And the delivery of the social care element is governed, as I said, by a Section 75 agreement with CPFT. The occupational therapists provide a full service from assessment through rehabilitation, provision of equipment, recommendations for major and minor housing adaptations. And the fact that it's an integrated service ensures that in the majority of cases, one practitioner is able to see the person through their health and social care journey and avoid handoffs between health and social care. In relation to the main issues for this paper, the current Section 75 agreement is operating under implied terms, and this is the sign-off has been delayed because the NHS pay award, which governs the uplift, the annual uplift, was not confirmed with us until June of this year. But also CPFT have raised concerns about the sustainability of the current service based on the current budget. But they have agreed an uplift for 22-23. And the service review will inform the provision of the service going forward. We feel it's a good time to review at the moment, particularly given the approach being taken by the integrated local integrated care system to the development of integrated services. We believe this is a good example of an integrated service. The review will be completed by some internal teams within the County Council, but as well as procuring an independent consultant to assist with the review. And the outcome of the review will be built into the County Council's business planning processes. What we hope is that following the outcome of the review, there will be one overarching Section 75 agreement with CPFT that will cover mental health as well as occupational therapy, but obviously with separate service schedules in relation to the different service specifications. I'll stop there and take any questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Daunton is first, please.
Yes, thank you. What are the key points? What are the key concerns for the review? If you could sum those up, please, the key points. And also if you could comment on staff shortages, staff recruitment and retention in particular.
Thank you. Councillor Van der Ven.
Thanks. I also had a question about recruitment and retention and staffing, and we're aware, of course, that during the pandemic there were particular circumstances and staff were needed elsewhere. But I did note in the report the mention of agency staff coming in, and obviously that comes with a greater cost. And I wondered if you could tell us a little bit about the prospects for moving away from agency staff. Thank you.
Councillor Slatter.
Quite a simple question. Have you come across duplication with services provided by district councils? And are there ways in which we could address that? We certainly don't want to duplicate the efforts of a scarce resource of experts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've been involved in some of these negotiations with CPFT for a number of years, and every year we seem to take at least half the year to undertake the negotiations with CPFT. When are we going to get in a position where we can sign off a Section 75 agreement before the year starts, or will that never happen?
You're very good at your job, Councillor Wilson. Brilliant question. Councillor Baird.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Could you tell me how often you review your clients who've already had equipment from you, just check up on them? And also on the equipment side, does your department come with the wheelchairs as well? Because if so, there's a massive problem with the wheelchair services. We're not getting the wheelchairs repaired as we should do. We're having to wait months and months for just a tyre to be changed. Now you can go down a bicycle shop probably and get a tyre within 10 minutes. But for the wheelchair services to come and do it, it's taking months. And this is what I've heard from other wheelchair users. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Could that concern about waiting times for wheelchair users be minuted, please? Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Chair. I think the first thing which needs to be said is just how good generally our adults occupational therapy services have been. It's provided a service. We're not merely talking about the elderly here. We're talking about an adult service which covers the whole range, 18-year-old and plus. And the service, the Section 75 agreement that we've had, despite the fact that they may have been late in actually being put into place, but the arrangement has worked extremely well. And I have to say that was an arrangement pre the existing ICS, and really it's an example of the way in which one would like to see the ICS operate in other areas as well. So this is in many respects, it's been a success story. Nevertheless, I very much welcome the service review because it's always important for us, especially when given the amount of money which is involved. It's important for us to examine just how it's working and whether any changes need to be made. Now, some residents and some users of the service or potential users of the service may be concerned about paragraph 1.6, where we are told that on average, from the time they're referred to OT to the time the treatment starts, whereas it was just 4 weeks pre-COVID, it got to the stage of being 13 weeks during COVID for all the reasons that we know very well, but it's only come back to being 8 weeks. Now, my understanding is that within a couple of months, that should be back to the 4-week period. And I think getting it on the record that that is what is going to be happening and making sure that it does happen, I think will be really important to reassure people about the availability of the service and going back to that 4-week waiting time. I looked at the case story which was given of Mr. Cooper, which I found instructive, informative, and a little bit worrying in a sense. It was instructive and informative. Mr. Cooper, by the way, for those who haven't read the case and those watching online who haven't seen it, is an individual who lived with his wife in their own bungalow, had multiple sclerosis, had many problems in terms of being able to just get out of bed, let alone anything else, and needed a couple of domiciliary carers to come, who came 4 times a day to assist him with his personal care. And that wasn't working very well. It was uncomfortable for him, and it was to some extent possibly even somewhat degrading for him. He didn't enjoy the process and almost wanted to continue to stay in bed rather than have to go through it. And what OT did was to evaluate his situation, to bring in at a cost of about £2,000 a piece of equipment, which improved the way in which he was able to come out to be helped out of bed, meant it could be done just by one domiciliary assistant rather than two, and in his own words, improved his quality of life immensely. And seeing that story made me realize that in this service review which is taking place, being able to concentrate on the way in which we can manage not merely to save money, which is what we always talk about, but also how we can improve the outcomes which there are for the individuals concerned is so important. And where it's possible to go from to have doubling up change to a single person assisting, and it's possible to do that and still maintain or even improve the outcomes, I think it's really important that we do that, because we have to bear in mind that this isn't all about cost. It's about the individuals concerned. And if we lose sight of that, the danger is we start making incorrect decisions. And it's not just about having capital equipment to prevent doubling up in the case we've got here, but another example would be a greater use of assistive technologies, which could potentially be used to reduce the number of domiciliary visits there may need to be in some situations for some cases. And I'd really like the service review to look at the opportunities there are for greater use of assistive technologies so that we can manage not merely to save money, but actually to improve outcomes as well. So I think there are real possibilities here, the real potential with this service review to get things better. But I want to emphasize, I really am pleased with the way in which this has operated generally over the years. I take the point which has been made about the wheelchairs. There will always be specific issues which need to be addressed, but generally, I think this has really been a success story, and we need to build on the success story.
Thank you. My contribution, I think we should say we love occupational therapists. It's a brilliant profession. We provide all sorts of complex help in all sorts of different ways. But if we talk, as we do, about patient-centered care, and if we talk about outcomes, I think occupational therapists are at the absolute front end of delivering those best outcomes with people. And the idea that they span the therapy and psychological support, but also very practical support in terms of rehabilitation is fantastic from the user's point of view. I always remember an old colleague of mine saying how much help she'd given in all sorts of ways, but she delivered a raised toilet seat and it was the best thing she'd done that day. So thank you to our OTs. The only thing I would say in the review is be careful, right? Where things are good, don't upset them. You know, we've received feedback on our customer journeys that putting together elderly care and physical disability wasn't uniformly liked amongst our own workforce. So if we're going to try and change anything, let's make sure that it carries the support of the people who work for us and of the trade unions. And then any changes will definitely be asking that question. I think it is right that we put on record our concerns about the waiting times. I think bringing it down from 12 weeks to 8 weeks is really good. So let's not underestimate that. That represents a lot of effort. It doesn't happen by magic. But the idea we want to bring it back down to 4 weeks is really important to us. And we place that on record today. I simply make the point that where things are good, right, where a system isn't broken, don't try and fix it. Support the people that are doing a good job. Thank you. Diana, to respond to the debate.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. Thanks for your general support for OT. That's great. So just responding to the points as they came up, in terms of the key points for the review, the review will be looking at how the service delivers outcomes for social care. Yes, it's an integrated service, but it is a commissioned service for social care. So it will be looking very much at how it delivers outcomes for social care. It will benchmark the service against other local authority services. There will be some examination of case examples and customer journeys, specific cases, and particular outcomes for those people. And just also ensuring that it's really delivering on the early intervention and prevention agenda, which is so important and really a cornerstone of OT, really, because so much of what an OT can offer can often prevent, avoid or delay more traditional forms of social care services. Very often, I'm afraid I don't have specific number, but a large proportion of the service users that occupational therapists will come into contact with won't have any other social care service provision at all. So they're really important early intervention. In terms of the staffing challenges facing the service, I'm sure you read in the paper that there is a national shortage of therapists, not just OTs, but physiotherapists as well, and other allied health professions. So this is always a challenge, and you're often begging Peter to pay Paul, for want of a better analogy, taking away from one maybe other local service and topping up another. So it is really challenging. The agency staff that CPFT are going to be bringing in is going to be funded entirely by CPFT. So that's not something that's being, there is no financial hit on the county council for that staff, additional staffing, which would just be a temporary input of OT interventions to try and reduce the waiting list. In terms of I think there was a question about district councils and duplication of work. I don't believe there's, I don't really believe there is an issue with duplication. The service works extremely closely with the district councils and with their home improvement agencies. And a couple of the home improvement agencies are now undertaking trusted assessments. So where there are very, I don't want to use the word basic, standard housing adaptations that don't necessarily need the specialism of a senior occupational therapist, for example, a level access shower or a shower over somebody's bath that they're getting through a disabled facilities grant. That some of that work is being picked up by trusted assessors in the home improvement agencies, and that's really helping the service, which is great. Then I think there was a question about the sign off of the Section 75s before the year starts. Appreciate that there is very often, unfortunately, a delay in us knowing what the annual uplift in NHS pay scales is going to be. We often don't know that until into the next financial year. But that doesn't stop us agreeing and signing up to a new specification and key performance indicators. And I sincerely hope that that's one of the major things that will also come out of the review, is that we're able to sign off a service specification that will see us through for the next few years. In relation to Councillor Bird's question about reviewing service users, people are reviewed. So once the occupational therapist has undertaken their assessment, they've provided whatever intervention they need, they are then reviewed after within 6 weeks, usually by phone. It depends on the complexity of the case, but if it's fairly straightforward, it would be done over the phone to make sure that everything that's in place is meeting their needs, and then there wouldn't be any further follow-up after that. Sometimes if people are having to wait for complex housing adaptations, then they might be followed up a bit more regularly to make sure that their needs are not changing while they're perhaps waiting for the housing adaptation. In terms of wheelchairs, I have to say that wheelchair services are entirely commissioned by the ICS. The local authority it's a purely health commissioned service. So I'm really sorry to hear that people are having problems with the wheelchair service, but I can't comment on that, I'm afraid.
Okay, I need to close that anymore.
There was Councillor Bowden's question about the waiting times. Councillor Bowden, I'd like to update you that the waiting times for OT is actually likely to take 5 to 6 months to get back to pre-pandemic levels. So apologies for misleading you the other day, but to get back to actual pre-pandemic levels will take a few months longer than I initially thought. I double checked that.
Thank you. And I think to Councillor Bird's second question, please hear that we want you to specifically look at repair and maintenance of wheelchairs. And I'm sure you'll come back to her personally afterwards, having done that. I think it's important.
I can put Councillor Bird in touch with the Commissioner for the wheelchair service.
Yeah, I'd like you to take responsibility for hearing that question and making sure the reply is given.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm now going to read out the recommendation, which is an updated Section 75 agreement for the delivery of an integrated service and pooled budget for a period of 5 + 2 years at a total annual value of £105,675,047. This equates to a total value of £528,375,235 over the initial 5-year term, and a total value of £739,725 and £329 over the entire extended term of the agreement. This value is based on 22-23 figures and is likely to increase on I'm reading the recommendation from the next report. No one's putting it. But I didn't know that. I do sincerely apologise to the committee. We will be doing that recommendation and I'll have to read it out another time. But in the meantime, the recommendation on this report is that we approve a contract extension of 1 + 1 years to the Section 75 agreement for 22-23 and 23-24 with an annual value of £1,810,426, and we note the intention to undertake a service review to inform commissioning of the service going forward. Anyone want to vote on this? Are people happy to accept the recommendations? And again, I'm seeing nods all around the room. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to Diana. We move straight to the Learning Disability Partnership. I've read out most of what we will be voting on later, and Shauna Torrance, Head of Commissioning Adult Social Care, will present this report, which is on pages 133 to 142 of the agenda pack. Welcome, Shauna.
Thank you, Chair. So committee are asked to approve today an updated Section 75 agreement for the Learning Disability Partnership. This covers the delivery of an integrated service and pooled budget for a period of 5 + 2 years at a total.
And it's a little low. Could you bring the microphone slightly closer to your mouth? Bring the whole set closer so it's closer to your mouth.
Can you hear me now? Right. Perfect. So committee are asked to agree an updated Section 75 agreement for the Learning Disability Partnership. This will cover the delivery of an integrated service and pooled budget for a 5 + 2 year period at an annual value of £105,675,047 across the initial term, and the complete contract period is values are confirmed in the report. The Learning Disability Partnership was established in 2002 to deliver county-wide integrated specialist health and social care services to people with a learning disability in Cambridgeshire. The body is highly regarded as an example of best practice in integrated working and aims to ensure people with learning disabilities, their families and carers are able to live safe and happy lives within their local community. The service is delivered through a Section 75 agreement between Cambridgeshire County Council and the Integrated Commissioning Board, with the council being the lead commissioner and lead provider of the service. However, the Section 75 is operating on very historical implied terms, which require a refresh and update, which is the subject of this report. The pooled budget arrangement detailed in Section 2.5 is currently subject to review to ensure that it more accurately reflects the needs of the individuals accessing the service, and the financial envelope reflects this as well. There are a number of changes that have been made to improve the management and effectiveness of the Section 75 agreement, aimed at adding clarity around roles and responsibilities, what the service delivers currently, and to drive progress of key projects like the review of the pooled budget through an updated and improved governance structure. There's also work to ensure that KPIs are more effective and that the financial envelope is accurate. And these have been summarised in section 2.3. So I've summarised the report.
Thank you very much. We've got Councillor van der Ven first.
Thank you very, very much for the report. And I understand the need to update the terms and conditions and the historic nature of the agreement. It's quite an uneven pooled arrangement in terms of contributions. And I wondered if you could just tell us a little bit more about that disparity, and presumably needs are changing. We're always learning about greater acuity of needs and health needs. And so if you could just enlighten us a little bit about that, be great. Thanks.
Councillor Daunton, please.
You mentioned an updated service specification. Could you just explain who's in control of the process?
Thank you. Councillor Bowden, please.
Thank you, Chair. Again, this is an example of how pre-ICS Section 75 agreements were able to work to bring together health and social care. And I do hope that we will manage to extend this under the new ICS arrangements. I welcome what is being suggested. I welcome the updated service specification, which there is going to be, but I was a little bit concerned that from reading the paper, it seemed to be concentrating more on process changes rather than on person-focused solutions for the individuals who are the recipients of the services. And I just would like to ensure that that the individual receiving the service continues to be the centre of the consideration here, rather than just dealing with the way in which services are provided overall and are managed. Because of that, I felt to some extent, in terms of the actual provision to the individuals, this almost seemed a bit like business as usual rather than looking for improvements. And again, this is only a summary report, of course. It doesn't go into all the detail, but I do hope that when the detail actually does come out, that we do see that we focus somewhat more on the needs and the requirements of the individuals receiving the services concerned. I'm also concerned to see the repeated failure. It's not new, but this has been going on for far too long. The repeated failure to re-baseline the pooled budget between the NHS and the County Council. Now, it's a shared service, and it's quite appropriate that a certain percentage of the cost falls on the County Council and another percentage of the cost falls on the NHS. That's entirely appropriate. But it's been clear for quite a bit of time now that that percentage split is not appropriate and happens to be unfavourable to us. And there's been a lot of talk about rebaselining for quite a significant amount of time. Now, what is being proposed is that we will commission an independent consultant ourselves to undertake an appraisal of the options for managing the pooled budget. And I understand that that should be completed before the end of November. And I'd like clarification or just confirmation that that should be available before the end of November. But my question would be, when would that actually be applied? When would the baseline change take place? And I do welcome what's in the report, and I fully accept it, that in future, the intention would be to have regular rebaselining, which is fine, and that will be great for the future. But I'm interested in knowing when this next rebaselining will take place, because in our current business plan for the year 2022-23, I believe, unless I'm told otherwise, unless I've misread it, that we are still holding £1.125 million worth of savings in the current business plan for rebaselining. And it doesn't look to me as though we'll get much, if at all, of 22-23 actually subject to rebaselining. And we're showing 1.7 million for 23-24 as being the advantage to us in terms of rebaselining. So I think it's really important for us to understand, number one, when is it expected that the rebaselining will actually take effect? And secondly, have we lost out now on this 1.125 million, which is in the current year business plan? Because I believe that since rebaselining should have taken place, which is before this administration came in, I'm not making a party political point here, but I think that we've lost out to the tune of several £million. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy.
Thank you. Yes. In the interest of transparency, can I just mention that I am the shareholder representative for the County Council for Pathfinder LGSS services who are referenced in here. I very much concur with a lot of the points made and questions raised. So I won't repeat them, but perhaps one question I have is, in a way that might help us understand what the changes might be, is what do you think will be the key change in KPIs that we will see in future?
And just some comments from myself. I thank all the contributions and the spirit that they were made. We've discussed intensely this paper with Shauna and her colleagues, and I'm certainly persuaded that the new wording will assist us in going forward, and it's right for us to support it. For the minutes, I just want to place on record that we are very mindful of sections 2.5 to 2.10 of the report. We're aware that there are intense discussions going on between the County Council and our health partners in relation to this, and we give full support to our officers in progressing those negotiations. If that means that they can't, in answer today, give a specific time frame or deadline, I don't think we should read that as a lack of assurance in our own officers. But I think the fact that the question is put is completely proper, and I'm sure our officers will be very, very mindful to that. Again, for the minutes, we should be mindful that there is a notice period built into this arrangement. Those are my, and also I want to ally, I think Councillor Murphy said it, I think Councillor Bowden said it. In the end, this is about the quality of life of people with learning disabilities in our county, and we should never lose sight of that. Where I differ with the contribution that was made is I don't believe our officers do. I think all of the feedback I've had about the actual frontline aspect of this service is that it serves our learning disability population very well. Shauna.
Okay, so the first question was from Councillor Vanderwyn and related to the pooled budget. So when the pooled budget was originally set, it was set based on a level of need at the time. And that level, we've obviously seen an increasing complexity of need coming through over the years. And that has meant that a lot of the people accessing the service now have, if you look at the balance of financial funding, probably more health than social care needs. And that's where the rebaselining is really rooted in, is understanding what our current trends are and making sure that the pooled budget accurately reflects that. The next question was around the updated specification from Councillor Daunton and who was in control of that. So I very much have led that programme of work, but it's been in complete collaboration with the ICB, with operational teams, with commissioners and key contract managers from across the system. So we and with our partnership boards and service users, bringing on the point that this is around outcomes at the end of the day. So the service user very much sits at the centre of that new specification, but the service has evolved over the years and now looks slightly different to the service that started in 2002 in response to changing needs, to trends, to new evidence of best practice. And so that specification now accurately reflects what is currently delivered, and the benefits of that are that if we change it again, then we can consider the financial envelope against doing that. We can look at the resource required to deliver those changes, but we can also set our KPIs against what we are currently doing under that specification. So as lead commissioner, we have very much led the process, but it has been collaborative. Councillor Bowden, you asked a question around the person-centred approach. And I think that very much forms part of the specification. So there are I statements in there. We've recently done a lot of work with the learning disability population through surveys, through engagement with local communities, and through our partnership boards to inform the development of that specification. So the aspirations and the desires and the needs of those people are very much voiced as part of that process, alongside our responsibilities to meet those needs and specifying how we do that. In relation to the pooled budget, completely accept this is a really challenging situation that we've been actively managing and prioritising over a number of years now. The independent review is due to, has been commissioned and is due to commence in next week and should be finished by the end of November. With regard to the wider piece of work in terms of completing the rebaselining, it's a really difficult one to place a timescale on. So that involves a review of 600 to 700 cases. And that review needs to take place jointly between health and social care, which is what's led to delays. So there are options that I've detailed in the kind of mitigations to risks there around us using business as usual processes to start to continue that. But there will be a lead-in time to recruiting additional resource to enable us to do that. So I'm not in a position today to give a timescale on the ultimate completion date for that review, but I think the independent review will go a long way to us kickstarting that process.
Sorry, I need to come quickly to a vote. Is there anything remaining?
There's one more from Councillor Murphy around the key changes in KPIs. So we've measured informally, so we've got statutory reporting requirements across health and social care. What we haven't been able to do always is report on those digitally using our systems. There's been a lot of manual data collection, which takes a lot of time in the teams, which obviously removes them from their day-to-day responsibilities. So through our Mosaic development programme, we are working on reporting that digitally and producing dashboards as a result of it that are easy to interpret and monitor.
Thank you very much. 15 seconds.
My apologies, Chair. I did ask the question about the 1.125 million we've got in our current business plan. I take it that is now being written off, that we're just not going to be able to make it.
It's very fair, that question. Perhaps I'll look at Justine to answer it.
I don't think we've quite got to the point where we're prepared to say it's not going to happen this year, Councillor Bowden, but I will admit it is looking at significant risk for delivery in this year. So yeah, that's about what we can say really, because it's about the timings of when we can.
Councillor Officer, I'd say that it was as clear as fresh glass to both of us, I think. Thank you, Justine. Thank you to Shauna. I read out before I haven't taken the vote, have I? No, I haven't. The recommendation I read out before, so I'll just place it. An updated section 75A agreement for the delivery of an integrated service and pool budget for a period of 5 + 2 years at a total value of £739,725,329 over the entire extended term of the agreement. The value is based on 22-23 figures and is likely to increase on an annual basis as part of the business planning processes to incorporate demography and inflation funding. It's a lot of money, so I'm going to take a vote on this one. Those in favour of that recommendation, please show. And that is unanimous. Thank you very much, members. I'm going to drive this on and ask the officers in the remaining reports to be very succinct in their presentation, with apologies. Item 11, Finance Monitoring Report, pages 143 to 182 of the agenda pack. Justine Hartley again, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will try to be super quick. So this is the Finance Monitoring Report as at the end of August. Just to say, this is the last one that you will see as people and communities, because from September onwards, it will just be people services. The communities lines will disappear, which will make it slightly shorter. People and communities, and so it will be people and public health going forwards. So in this report, you've got an underspend on adults of 226,000 forecast, which is 0.1% of budget, so quite close to budget. Public health, 186 for this committee's share, 176 overall, because a slight overspend on the CYP committee's element of the public health budget. So the report sets out the uncertainties that we know exist in relation to adults, and clearly we're continuing to see some client groups where we're overspending, but that's offset by underspends elsewhere. And do remember that we have the risk reserve for adult social care. It's currently stands at 4.7 million, but we'll come back to that in a second. In case demand goes up, that we need to adapt to. So then I've just put in here quickly a couple of decisions that have been taken elsewhere in the council that relate to some of this. So Strategy and Resources Committee last week, I think it was, approved, we've talked about adult social care reform a lot, approved some funding from the Adults Risk Reserve, 790,000 to fund adult social care reform work that's needed this year that we don't have implementation funding for from government. And Children's and Young People's Committee are looking at re-tendering of the Healthy Schools and Child Weight Management Services. And that was all I was going to say, really, but happy to take any questions.
Questions and comments? Councillor Bowden.
Sorry if this sounds like a broken record, Chair, but it is relevant to the finances. I am still rather puzzled about that £1.125 million which we have in the current business plan for savings to be achieved from the rebaselining, when it appears very clearly that that rebaselining will not be taking place until really the very end of the year, if not coming into the next year. And I'm assuming, but I hope that you'll tell me I'm wrong, I'm assuming that there's no intention for this or no prospect of this being backdated. Now, if there is a prospect of it being backdated, then of course it's quite appropriate for us not to make any provision against that at the moment. But I would be grateful for some clarification on that, please, Chair.
Thanks. I do feel that has been answered. So, but nevertheless, you've put the question. Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you. Yes, I'm looking at the table on I think it's page 3, table 1. I think we've got thousands and mixed up. We've got first 2 columns are the numbers written out, and the final column should be thousands. I'm sort of been slightly confused about that, but I assume that's just a sort of typo. So my question is really about 2.3.2. If we do have improvements in hospital discharge systems, won't that affect our forecasts?
Thank you. People for months and years been trying to catch out Justine, and she's always right, and we've just misread it. So we'll just see if this latest attempt might work, but I fear that it won't. Justine.
So a deliberate attempt to catch me out. I think the numbers, I'm not quite sure I understand the question about the table numbers, because they look all fine to me. So we're talking about £186 million budget. We're talking about actuals so far of 80,000, and we're talking about 426,000 forecast underspend. So I think they all look.
She said okay, so that's the answer. And the second point.
So hospital discharge systems. I mean, Debbie might be better placed to answer this. We are constantly reviewing the position, and we've got some sort of a little bit of headroom in the older people forecast at the moment, which can pick that up. And of course, we've got the risk reserve there that can step in to increase costs. But Debbie, I don't know whether you want to say anything about hospital discharge.
So I would say that obviously with the discharge to assess that was introduced a couple of years ago, there is more of a reliance on bed-based care, and that's mainly the beds that are commissioned from our health partners. However, we are really, really proactive in terms of our reablement service and making sure that's the default. And we do have good flow. So on a daily basis, I look at what's called the OPAL report to see who's waiting, to see, you know, what flow we've got going through. So whilst you'll always have people waiting, the waiting isn't, you know, it's not a long length of wait. So I think, you know, we've done deep dives to try and understand this, to make sure that we're not, you know, there's not going to be a curveball. You know, we can never say completely that we won't be, you know, there won't be an impact, but at the minute, I think we're managing that reasonably well.
Justine, anything to add?
Not on that point, but just on Councillor Bowden's point. there is a possibility of backdating. Just to confirm that.
Nice and clear. Right, I think that completes that report. And Edna, like many before you, failed the test of spotting a mistake because there isn't one. And I just make the point to all of the committee where we're still negotiating to try and make a saving, to write something off simply signals that we're not negotiating anymore. So let's just all apply our brains in relation to issues like that. The recommendation is to review and comment on the relevant sections of the People and Communities and Public Health Finance Monitoring Report as of August 2022. Is that agreed? Nods all around the table with thanks. Straight on to item 12, Adults and Health Key Performance Indicators. Val and Tina. Val Thomas we've heard from. Tina Hornsby, who is Head of Adults Performance and Strategic Development. I don't know which order. Val first.
Yes, well, very briefly, this is the new strategic framework and performance management framework that was agreed with members over the course of the last year for this year. And I think the report sets out performance against the indicators which members wanted to consider. And I don't know if everyone's happy if we take questions on any of the indicators might be the best approach.
Indeed. Tina.
I would say the same. Yeah, it is the indicator set that we've spoken about before and designed together, and we're bringing Q1 for this year. And yeah, probably just leave it open to people to ask questions of myself and Val.
Thank you both, but we do know the amount of work that goes into this. Councillor Bowden, please.
Thank you very much indeed. Officers were kind enough, Chair, to provide me with the data which is missing in paragraph 3.1. To do with the alcohol and drug KPIs. But I don't believe, unless I'm mistaken, other members of the committee and for that matter, the general public may not be aware of it. It's certainly not on the agenda. I wonder if that information could be put into the public arena, please, because it is now available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Could you just reply to that, please?
Yes, it could be put into, but we could circulate it. We have a fuller report as well, which we could circulate.
And by circulate, I think Councillor Bowden wants this to be publicly available.
It is. This data is, it comes down from national, and there's certain timeframes on it, but because
it's more how we make it public. How do we make it public?
I think I would take advice from our democratic services, the best way to make it public.
With the reports for this meeting, it's fine.
You happy with that? They'll be uploaded to the website with the report.
Yep.
Is that okay? Yeah, thank you. Very small but important point, so thank you. This is for noting, if I remember that, yes. So there is no vote required, but we do thank you and say don't underestimate the work that goes into all of this. The first of many times we'll be looking at those KPIs. Are members happy to note the agenda plan and training plan? And once again, I encourage all members to look at the training and development sessions. Some have had to be cancelled for lack of support. Please think about going on those. The ones that do go ahead have been excellent. And have we done the forward agenda, the agenda plan? Have I done that yet? I haven't, have I?
You just asked to say, can we note it? You just said.
I was trying to note the KPIs report.
Oh,
right, I will just apologies again if I was rushing too fast. Does anyone have any questions or comments on either the agenda plan or the training plan? Yes, Councillor Van der Ven.
Just to say how great the training has been that we've attended, and I rather than just note it, I hope we can just have a reminder about what's coming up. Thanks. I'm sure we will.
Thank you very much. Rather than read it out, it is in your agenda packs, but I invite everyone to read that and to put your names forward if you can. We have reached the end of the morning session. We will adjourn till 2 o'clock when health scrutiny starts. 2 o'clock, if I remember that right. Yes. Yep. Okay. Have a great lunch, everyone. Thank you to everyone for the quality of inputs this morning, members and officers. Thank you.
Sorry, that's me.
And then with this one. That's fine.
We're just getting the microphone set up, so a couple more minutes before we start. Right, welcome back. We're reconvening as the Cambridgeshire County Council Adults and Health Committee for our afternoon session. Welcome back to members of the public to the second half of the meeting, including especially those watching on the live stream on the Council's YouTube channel. We are, as always, for Health Scrutiny, joined by co-opted members from our districts in Cambridgeshire, and looking online, I can't see faces yet, but I'm hoping that Councillor Corinne Garvey from South Cambridgeshire is here. So Councillor Garvey, welcome. And I'm hoping that Councillor Liz Every from East Cambridgeshire might be joining us online. Not yet, but hopefully she'll be doing so shortly. And as said earlier, Jenny Gawthorpe Wood from Cambridge, Steve McAdam from Huntingdonshire, and Sam Clark from Fendon have sent apologies.
Councillor McAdam is here. Yes, sorry. Here.
It's Councillor McAdam, wave at me. Ah, there you are. You're a long way away, but you are here. So that's marvellous. Thank you very much for being here, and you're very welcome. And Councillor McAdam is from Huntingdonshire. We've also invited the spokes from the Children and Young People's Committee for item 14, but I think they won't have joined us yet, unless again someone wants to inform me otherwise. No, but they will be very, very welcome. Just a reminder of the normal rules: you're welcome to film, photograph, tweet, as long as your mobile phones are on silent or vibrate and you don't disrupt the meeting. We are live streamed, and a recording of the meeting will be available to view on the County Council's website. Everyone happy if we go into the first item? Yep. No, I'm looking at something on the screen. Just a slight interruption with the live stream, so just give it a moment. Perhaps the first presenters from our health partners could come to the table in front. That would just save us time, but we won't actually start. So we're on item 14. It's on pages 221 to 232 of your, no, it isn't. It's on pages 313 to 336 of your agenda document pack. I'm not 100% sure. It is 221 to 232. Apologies, there's a typing error in front of me. We've got an hour for this item. It's one that's of great interest, I know, to members and to the council. I'd like to welcome Catherine Goose, Head of Children and Young People's Mental Health Commissioning and Transformation from the Integrated Care System, Alan Meyer, Chief Executive from Ormiston Families, Elaine Young, Service Director for Children, Young People and Families at the Cambridge and Peterborough NHS Foundation Trust. And I welcome online John Peabody, Service Director, Children, Young People's Health Services at the Cambridgeshire Community Services NHS Trust, Beth Green, Chief Executive Officer of Centre 33. And we may be being joined by Carleen Allen, but are you there? You're there, marvellous. Thank you for joining us. She's Deputy Director of Maternity and Children's Commissioning and Deputy Chief Nurse at the ICS. Thank you for coming in big numbers. We've got an hour for this, which is a good amount of time, and we've asked you to, because there's a lot of you, to restrict your opening statement and presentation to 20 minutes. We very much look forward to that. It's entirely up to you who starts and which order you present in.
Thank you, Chair. So my name is Catherine Goose. I'm Head of Children and Young People's Mental Health Commissioning and Transformation at the CCG. Thank you for this opportunity of inviting us here to provide some information around children and young people's mental health. And this is following up to a paper that I came to present in March to the committee. I'm just going to do a very brief sort of few points I want to pick from the paper, because I assume that members have all had the opportunity to read the paper and then want to use our time to provide some slides or some further data, if that's okay. So just wanted to kind of pick up a few points from the report, particularly in regards to noting the increased prevalence around children and young people's mental health, which we've seen significantly increased over the last few years, that now 1 in 6 children and young people have an identified mental health need. So that's quite a significant proportion of our young people. And we just need to understand the context around the demand that's out there that we're working in. Also within the paper, it's noted around the cost per head that as a Cambridgeshire and Peterborough system, we invest into children's mental health. And so, you know, that's the paper notes that's £10 per head, which is below the England average of £12. So it's again in the context around the funding within Cambridgeshire and Peterborough compared to nationally around children and young people's mental health. Also within the paper, it's noted around the workforce and workforce challenges that we experience across Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. This is also a national issue in terms of the number of people who are entering the health and care professions, and we have been working locally about how we can increase that. And as it noted in the paper, the providers do have plans in place, but it is an ongoing issue and a challenge around getting the right level and the skills of workforce to meet the needs of our children and young people. We, in the presentation, will present some data around the children and young people's mental health as a system. That includes the United Partnership, which is our front door for referrals on our early intervention, but also we'll look at specialist pathways. And again, just to note in the paper and also in the presentation, information around the range of interventions that are currently able to be provided and the numbers that are being seen. And I just want to just make one more point before we move to the presentation. It's just on point 3.13 on page 226 of the report, in regard to the challenge around the demand and capacity that we are seeing for children and young people's mental health services, and the balance between seeing people in a timely way of waiting. We're looking at waiting lists, but also around choice. So the paper notes around when a child and family will choose to see a one-to-one, there is often a longer wait for this because of the capacity that's required to deliver such interventions versus being able to do some online and group. So again, it's just the paper's there to set some context around some of the challenges, but also some of the work that we're doing in terms of trying to address the huge demand that we are seeing. So I'm now going to share some slides, and Elaine and Alan and Beth are going to talk through some of those.
And if you could kindly bring the microphone as close to your mouth as possible. We did hear all of that, but it's a little bit low in volume, and so it's good to if you can get very close to the microphone.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me. I'm Elaine Young. I'm the Service Director for Children, Young People and Families from Cambridge and Peterborough Foundation Trust, where a good majority of the services are for mental health are within the trust. And so I got some data this afternoon looking about what's been happening across children's mental health and referrals and activity. And doing that, I had a kind of breadth of looking at not just their mental health and early intervention referrals, but also looking at the autistic spectrum, and also looking at attention deficit disorder within that referrals as well, because I know that within constituents that is a particular issue of need in doing that. So thank you. So I think the first one is kind of overall kind of showing you some detail of the heightened referrals kind of over since October 20 within that. And you can kind of see that actually the number of demand has gone up within the area, apart from August. Referrals go down in August because weekly within that, because it's the schools are closed, holidays, those kind of things. So it's typical kind of term time dip in doing that. They have gone back up since that in September. So it's not that they have gone down at all. It's just that August is in there. And you can see that actually within August 21, you've seen a similar dip in doing that. So it does show that the level of referrals kind of coming into Cambridge and Peterborough for mental health are definitely increasing, unfortunately, for young people. This one just gives you another indication of how the referrals are coming in for the attention and high deficit disorder. Equally showing that we're showing it, unfortunately, again, another peak in referrals within that. The numbers are not as great, but actually it does show. I mean, I think that it equally shows a heightened awareness in the system, because I think that equally the amount of work that we're doing and also for mental health is actually trying to actually prevent more, and therefore equally people's knowledge and understanding of it is getting greater, and so therefore we're seeing that increase in activity and referrals to the service as well. Most importantly, the diagnosis to help with their kind of educational needs going forward. Another one is looking at autism. Now, again, we know actually as a system that the referrals and equally diagnosis of autism probably as nationally is intended to go up. And we are seeing that within the referrals equally within what we've seen in the last couple of years. So particularly heightened months coming in of referrals, equally people requiring diagnosis to be able to support them in their educational needs and get the support in their healthcare plans to be able to get through the schooling, and equally whatever medication or mental health intervention is required as well. Now this is United, and I'm unsure kind of within, I know that within the paper it was probably mentioned about United. So I think United is a collaboration, the first kind of within the system to be able to look at delivering children's mental health as a system. Because before that, it was kind of individual kind of trusts. We dealt with the more in CPFT and the kind of more, I guess, the higher risk, the higher need and intensive therapy in a sense. And early intervention went to a different provider. Some of the feedback from young people and families was actually that was difficult to navigate in the system, and actually sometimes you needed help from different providers in doing that. So what we created and named by young people was the Service United, and actually that's where our partners come in. So Alan for Western Families, Beth equally from Centre 33, and John from Cambridgeshire Community Services in doing that. So we actually work together to try and solve the kind of problems in the sense of working together to have those conversations. And if we need to work together to support the young person and family, that's what we do. So, and apologies if you already knew that, but I thought it was good to put the context in regarding that. So we provide all of that so that people don't have to navigate the system. We help them to go to the right pathway and give them that choice. Kind of spike, and that's why you see the spike kind of in those referrals in kind of that July period, because that's when United started. That's when kind of United started in the kind of referrals coming in. Before that, it was kind of within CPFT. And also we had the previous provider had quite a few waiting, so we had to kind of accommodate that within that. And also, but then you can see the trend has continued to be quite high and the numbers have gone up within that. So unfortunately, again, showing the need within our system, at some months coming in near 800 referrals a month of young people coming in per month, 700 referrals per month coming in for children's mental health services. And I find that even with a startling number of young people being ill in their system in doing that. But I think that equally it does show on the plus side a heightened awareness of problems, and that we can obviously, the quicker we can get in to help people, the better before these problems go to adulthood.
So the next one is equally, just for information purposes, kind of giving you a detail of the gender breakdown of what's coming into our mental health services. The next one, oh no, this one might be a bit clear because it shows, because I think people often feel that particularly young girls maybe use the service a lot more, and we have instances that national data does kind of indicate that as well, that boys are not maybe accessing mental health services as early. But looking up, we kind of see that actually it is predominantly, there's kind of more definitely with females accessing the service, but we are seeing quite good spread across that as well of young boys accessing the service within that as well. The next one is just to kind of give you an information, because obviously we want to be working, there's a lot we need to be doing and working with health inequalities in our system and looking at more place-based intervention as well. So this is about actually looking about who's accessing our services, because what we really want to see is those in the most deprived, because we know that those in the most deprived areas unfortunately have got some of the kind of areas into potential mental health in child and adulthood. So and it actually means that actually we are getting quite a lot from the least deprived areas, but there are some areas that we kind of need to be focusing on in the kind of months and years to come to help to increase referrals in those areas. The next slide is mostly within that. I think this one here kind of shows, because this is a kind of where we're seeing a lot of referrals coming into children's mental health, and it kind of just gives you the postcode areas and the kind of what we're seeing. So we're breaking that down, and it's important for us as a partnership and as a system to be able to look at this, because I think that equally for forward commissioning, or actually just as a service, how we kind of need to promote our services a bit more within certain areas and increase access for those maybe that are not in those least deprived areas. So I think this is mainly for information. Again, looking at ethnic group, because equally within those kind of postcode areas, and what we need to do is the particular areas that we need to look at, and that will be increasing maybe sometimes within education, or into schools, or equally looking at kind of some areas and what's happening locally and place-based, and how we can work in increased mental health intervention. Again, just for more information, and kind of gives you the kind of level of where we're getting a lot of our referrals from. So it does, there is self-referral, the prison health service, equally mental health services, local authorities, community health services, care homes, A&E, unfortunately, and a lot of acute hospitals in doing that. So there's a wide variety of where young people are actually getting referred from. And just to give an indication, really, obviously, primarily, a lot of our services are coming from primary care and GP services. Some feedback from primary care has been that it's now been easier for them to navigate equally to where the young people should go and where to go to get any kind of mental health or emotional support. Unfortunately, that builds up a picture that we may not obviously or sometimes want to look to see that actually, yes, the demand is there, and that means sometimes the waiting times with that. Equally, as Catherine pointed out, regarding the kind of average per head for children's mental health, it's less than the national average, and therefore that, although we have invested a lot in the last couple of years within children's mental health and are trying to do much better in that, I think this does show a picture of equally there was demand, but also there was capacity issues within certainly the lights of, you look through the earlier months and the later months of last year when we were going through Omicron and COVID and staffing and trying to get the units and kind of looking at the staffing issues within that. But we are on a healthier trend now and been able to have that capacity to meet demand. And as you can see, the number is going down and we want to continue to do that. We are doing many things with partners and with the system to help and create extra capacity. And so we are working with Health Education England to increase new roles in, so child wellbeing practitioners and youth intensive practitioners, new roles such as those into kind of working with us to help increase the workforce. but also working with other providers and using more digital solutions as well to be able to get more capacity out to meet the need. This kind of highlights that this is the ability for the capacity for what children's mental health funding allows within that. So working quite hard on those productive areas and meeting those kind of months. So every month been able to work through over 1,000 children, nearly seeing them every month. But there is a gap. And I think that the orange does show that there's a gap. And if there was more capacity, then we'd be able to work through in doing that. We'll probably talk a bit more about actually how we're trying to get that. So by using group intervention, by using online intervention, that increases the productivity, if you like, increases the ability to have more people seen and equally sort of to help with the waiting times. And perhaps, Alan, you'd like to be able to talk. So what we want to show you actually, what was on offer from early intervention. So actually, what do young people get? So for those, I didn't probably explain that actually Ormiston families, you do work with the younger age group in the sense of under 13s, those presenting with that, and Centre 33 work with those over 13 to be able to do that. So therefore, the range of therapies on offer can be different because it's more family orientated within that. I'll hand over to Alan.
Good afternoon. So just to sort of add a couple of points, I think in terms of before jumping into the types of intervention, it is the case that with the under 12s, if actually the gender is slightly reversed, it's the other way around. So there tend to be more males presented to us than females. And that's probably because it's a lot more apparent to the parents and so on as the behavioural issues, etc., that are coming through. So although it's not as dramatic as the difference in the older age range, there are actually more males coming through, and I think just about all the age groups underneath to under 12. But in terms of the therapies that are on offer, you have to remember that the focus for Ormiston families and for Centre 33 as the sort of voluntary organisation partners on this is very much the emerging mental health, the getting help side of things, rather than those that have actually been diagnosed as CAMHS referrals. So in that category, the expectation is that the sorts of therapies that can be on offer, and you'll see some of them listed at the bottom of this slide, the play therapy, emotional and psychosocial support, are working at a sort of, dare I say it, at a sort of lower level in terms of they're not at the heavy end of the counselling or even at the CBT type angle. And that is something that I think is relevant and appropriate to those that are getting referred. I think it is important to note though, and again, this is just setting some of the context, that often the parents, and of course it's often parents when you're looking at the younger age range, their expectation of what they may receive from a service such as ours, the United Service as a whole, when they get to the point that they've gone through the GPs or the schools and they've made that referral, they have pretty much recognised that there is an issue, there is a problem that they feel needs addressing, and their expectation tends to be that they're going to receive counselling one-to-one, perhaps CBT, which is becoming a little bit better known, as the sort of antidote, if you like, the solution to their particular issue. Of course, the reality is that that might be useful, and it will be the case in some, and you can see there the therapeutic psychology, psychological therapies and so on, that we do engage in that work. But actually, a lot of the work can be done at a sort of lower intensity level, particularly using group work and online that Elaine's referred to. But it is important to us as a service that we are able to offer as much choice as possible. And of course, if people have those expectations that they're going to receive that one-to-one, then that puts that pressure on that was mentioned earlier in terms of our ability and capacity to actually deliver on that. So I suppose part of the longer term strategy here is that if we can get to a point where we can educate the professionals and the families that there are other options available, that they may actually be able to get seen that much faster if, for example, they engage in group work sessions, then we could probably get the waits list down a lot further. That's not to say that we're trying to shortchange them in terms of the service they receive, because often these services can be just as appropriate, if not more so, than the one-to-one interventions. But where we are at the moment, there tends to be that expectation, and that does mean that it increases the wait times.
Great. And I think the next one is equally looking about what Centre 33 offer for the 13 and over. Beth, did you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Elaine. So this is the range of services that Centre 33 currently offer. GSH is guided self-help. These are all one-to-ones. In addition to this, we do group work, but it's not recorded on this slide. And you can see that we've introduced Silver Cloud only in February, so that expertise is growing within our organisation, and we hope to grow it further. Silver Cloud is an online offer. So that it's very similar. We work with the 13 to 25-year-olds, and within that age range, often we focus more around the young person and their needs. We do involve families where the young person will let the families join, and we encourage that. But we do primarily work with the young person, so that the services and the offers is slightly different to Ormiston families.
Thank you, Beth. And that's our presentation for today in the sense of data. So I think what we've tried to do is obviously highlight the demand that we see within the county, what that looks like, what those referrals are, and how we're trying to meet that and work together.
Thank you very much to all of the presenters for that, and I think that sets up a great opportunity for debate and questions. The first one is Councillor Daunton.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Could you comment on what the level of knowledge is of the services on offer on the part of GPs, police, prison service, the people who are referring to you? What's the level of knowledge across the county of the range of services that are on offer, and therefore the level of uptake, whether it's patchy or whether it's general? That's one question. And my second question is about out of area referral. How many patients, how many referrals go out of area? Thanks.
Thank you. Can I have Councillor Wilson next, please?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask a question about the waiting times on page 225 in paragraph 3.8. The waiting times are described as 33 weeks for CAMHS and up to 41 weeks or 43 weeks for some of the other services. They seem extremely long to me. What actually happens to an individual if they are referred to those services during that waiting period? And is there anything that we as a committee or the County Council can do to help you reduce these waiting times? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van der Ven.
Thank you very much. And I think we should say thank you to your staff and the volunteer communities who support the work, especially at this time when things are quite challenging. I have a few questions. I'll try not to ask too many, but I think can't not respond to the £10 versus £12 per head, and we must, almost as a formality, ask what efforts are being, what are the prospects of bringing that up to standard. I wanted particularly to ask, and I suppose this is perhaps for Centre 33, and maybe CPFT, 17-year-olds and young people in that infamous kind of gap area. If you could talk a little bit about that, and if you could be as frank as possible about prospects for those young people, and what you think, what needs to change, what's, well, with some realism, I suppose, but also is interested in your single session therapy pilot. And if you could talk a little bit more about that, it sounds like that might hold some promise. I understand that this is only early days, but perhaps that would be a nice companion to the 17 plus. That's enough from me. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. I read the report and watched the slides with interest.
Do you mind just putting the microphone a bit closer to your mouth? Thank you.
My apologies. Thank you very much indeed, Chair. I did look with interest, and I was a bit surprised at the negative correlation that there was between deprivation and actual requests for service provision. And it makes sense that those individuals who are from the more deprived areas are more likely to see to require intervention, but that appears not to actually be what happens. And I was wondering the extent to which any action is being taken to try to address this. And I looked at the Centre 33 provision, which exists for drop-in in Wisbech, for example, Wisbech containing all of the most deprived local super output areas that we have in the county. And I see that it's 4 hours a week, which is provided for drop-in. Does drop-in work? Is it useful? And is 4 hours a week sufficient in the most deprived part of our county?
Thank you, myself, and then we'll ask for some answers, and then perhaps there'll be a second round. So thank you for coming back, and thank you for the presentation. And I think we aired some of the points in March. I think there is a real crisis in this area. I think in particular during the COVID period, particularly for boys, there was a big spike in mental health issues, and there's lots of evidence of that. The Health Watch survey that they did most recently on your services was very critical about referrals and coordination amongst referrals. And I guess your move to bring in United was partly a response to that, which we welcome. And there was a concern that when young people get to the top of the list, having done all the waiting, they don't find the service appropriate. And so that was the subtext to what we were talking about with you in March. That's not meant to be said in a negative or destructive way, but it's the challenge that you've got and that we can see you've got, and which we want a continuing dialogue with you about. On the United service, and you recall the young person who said that the GP refers to you, and then you say to the person, go back to your GP, and they just felt completely trapped in that. So United appears to be a response to that. Have you, bearing in mind it's early days, but have you got any evidence that that's working, and that it's that young people are finding that they don't have to have as much agony in negotiating the system? Secondly, you gave the numbers on your waiting list, but unless I missed it, you didn't give how long people are waiting. So how long were they waiting? How long are they waiting now? And how long will they be waiting if your targets are met? Thirdly, to Alan from Ormiston Homes and to Beth from Centre 33, obviously you're dependent on health money, so you're not going to be negative yourself in your responses, but you are a bit arm's length from the direct provision. And so I think it's fair to ask you, what are your criticisms of the system at the moment on behalf of your users, and given your independence, where would you say that we could as a system be improving for the people that you and we serve? Two final ones. On your point about different options other than one-to-one, would you acknowledge that if people want one-to-one, that's a legitimate need, and instead of trying to tell them that they should be doing something else, that you should respect their right if that's what they want and their expectation? And I met a friend of mine who is a therapist, not in Cambridgeshire recently, who said it was completely impossible to establish a therapeutic relationship by Zoom. You had to be in the room with the person. What would you respond to that? And very finally, in this committee and in our council, we spend a lot of time talking about early intervention and prevention. And we see that as, if there is a magic bullet, the magic bullet to be able to provide our services better and to achieve better outcomes. And when you look at the children's mental health services and arguably mental health services generally, it looks like it's a service in crisis that's just, in terms of the Health Watch report firefighting. Do you have a commitment to early intervention so things don't get to a crisis with the young people? And tell us how that's going. Again, I leave it to you, to the order in which you want to respond and who responds to what.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all those very good questions. So I think we'll just sort of go through the list and do let us know if we've not quite answered the point that was made. So in regard to the first point around the knowledge around the range of services that are available. So there has been a lot of work that has been undertaken about sharing information about the services available. We have our Keep Your Head website that holds lots of information about what's available at a local level and also what is available nationally that supports a wide range of mental health and wellbeing issues. And we use different mechanisms in which to provide this information. We use information out to primary care through, we have GP Gateway through the Integrated Care Board, and we have a dedicated mental health communication lead who is now been in post about 3 months to help us with that, to make sure we're getting to the right places. And also we put information in the schools newsletters again to get information out to schools. I think it is a challenge about getting information out because different places, different people and different sectors will pick up the information. So and one of the other things is around some of the smaller support that's available in smaller sort of neighbourhood areas. Having the whole breadth and understanding around that can be an ongoing, because often these things sort of come and go. So again, I suppose to the committee, if there are ways and mechanisms within your local area that would be really good to help spread that information. I think it's an ongoing challenge, so we would welcome sort of support as well to do that, to make sure that we get the information out to the right people and in the right way. Again, because different people will use different communication methods and forums to gather that. So,
and I think just to add that some people mentioned about working with the police and doing that. So I think that equally we have got mental health staff working within the kind of police station, but kind of working within the control centre to support any kind of to educate as well. And we do a lot of training with other different providers. So we do a lot of training with the police. We do provide training in with the primary care and general practice, and equally within schools to try and promote that. And equally, a lot of our kind of information letters that go out to people equally have guidance on being able to access services that are commissioned, such as CUTH, I think it might be mentioned in the report, and do that, which equally provide one-to-one intervention as well as general advice or peer support in that. Question 2 regarding out of area referrals. I think that there is a degree of choice that comes in. And a lot of the data, to remind, is actually what's coming into CPFT. There are other services in the place base in Cambridge and Peterborough that do offer mental health intervention. This is just particularly one area of it. And I think there is children that are in our area but are looked after children. So they are maybe in a placement, so equally they're on the border of some of the kind of areas that we're in. So, you know, whether that's Bedfordshire, Hertfordshire, Norwich, and the side of Norfolk, in the sense of where they are. So depending on where the GP is, or depending where the local authority is, or equally their school, and those kind of things, and what's going to be best for that young person whenever that referral comes in. So therefore, sometimes those children, those people are accessing our services on the borders. Hopefully that answers that one. The next one is about waiting times, and I guess that within our report, I think there are waiting times for various different areas, in the sense of if a referral comes in. So if we're looking at children's mental health, it will really depend on the level of risk that's presented on that referral, actually. So we have senior clinicians within the United Hub looking at that triage process and actually looking at the level of risk and need that is presented. And with that, will really determine where they get and how quickly they get intervention. So if that risk is seen as significant, and then they will be considered urgent and will more or less be seen within 4 weeks. Those that therefore have got, I guess, a bit more time, not that it's ideal. I mean, I think if we could see everything with everyone within 4 weeks, we would like to do that. You know, that's the obviously gold standard, and that's what we want to get to. But due to the capacity and within our services and what's commissioned, I think that equally then we have to see people on the level of need that's presented. So they're kind of, therefore, if it's not so urgent, unfortunately, it may be 20 weeks that actually they're seen at, or 30 weeks. Equally, depending on what Alan had equally pointed out, people are entitled to one-to-one, they get choice. So when they get seen, there's a choice about one-to-one groups or various things. But equally, people can choose to wait. Also, what our figures unfortunately don't indicate is that sometimes people are offered appointments, but they decline. So that's why we put in the do not attend. They did refusal to do that. And we have to continue to offer. So it does include a lot of people that actually have been offered an appointment usually at the longer waits. And that's why then they stay on the longer waits, because there's a risk there. And we need to ensure that the child can access the services, that the parents can take it, and that there's no safeguarding areas. And sometimes we have to work with other providers or the local authority to ensure that there's no safeguarding needs for the child, and that they can access the therapy and get in to do that. But also there's no doubt, as the slides show, there's a capacity issue, and what we have within Cambridge and Peterborough, I guess, to look at what's actually to deliver mental health, and do we need more? Yes.
So the next question was about the funding and the £10 per head, which we acknowledge is obviously below the national average. And we've done a lot of work over the last few years around investing into children and young people's mental health. We started off at quite a low baseline, so we have been building from a low position, but all the money that's been available so nationally around certain programs, we've had specific funding around developing crisis provision and developing our eating disorder service. We've fought really hard and made sure that we've got that money available and has been put into children and young people's mental health services. In terms of going forward, we will continue to ensure that children's mental health is, on the agenda and is up there. We are in a challenged system around our funding, and that is a difficult position. However, we really, the evidence, the information shows the importance of children's mental health. So certainly in my role and with colleagues, we will do our utmost to ensure that the needs and that we get that, the fair funding that we need for our children and young people. And that might be across, so we look at mental health as an all age, but actually children is very much there, and is very much a conversation with adult colleagues as well, commissioning colleagues, around how do we ensure that we support children and young people and we get the right level of funding.
Probably important equally to that there has been a significant number of investment in the last few years into children.
Sorry, can you use the microphone again? Sorry.
Apologies. Just to acknowledge that equally there has been significant number of kind of money that's gone into children's mental health, for the want of better words there, that's gone into children's mental health in the last couple of years. So we have increased capacity across our eating disorder services. We've nearly doubled the services in doing that. It's taken some time with workforce, but we have increased services in to do that. We have increased funding into early intervention. So in the sense of what United is, I guess it's about equally, is it enough in the sense of where we are, but there has been a lot happening in the sense of investment, and equally within some of our neurodivergent services and working with autism and mental health, we've increased equally some provision within those areas as well within the last 2 years. Next question.
Yeah, I think the next question was about 17-year-olds. If I kind of give it from my perspective, and then we can do a bit from the service. So yeah, absolutely. We did some work a number of years ago around looking at sort of transitions and developed some work with CPFT around actually how do we support young people that are transitioning through children's and adults, and that continues to be an area of challenge in terms of, you know, the cliff edge that often families will describe between leaving children's services and adult services. It's a priority within the NHS long-term plan, and we have a group that's been set up recently working with adult services and children's services to look at that transitions around how we do that best. And one of the, you know, there's various different ways of looking at that, and one of the ideas is, do we need to have a service that's specifically thinking about those young people, and one that's developmentally appropriate, because sort of 18 to 25s is often, or we're actually looking 16 to 25s. There's such a broad range of how young people want to access support, the level of support and engagement with their families, or they want independently. So we need to think about a flexible way of delivering to the age group that is a bit more responsive to those young people who may well want more family involvement than the current children, so the adult provision provides. So it is an area that we are very aware of in our mental health strategy. It has been identified and came out as a specific group, because again, the people that we need to be involved in those conversations, and we need to think specifically about the needs of those young people as they transition, is really key. So we've actually identified that, and that is one of our priority areas in our strategy going forward, to make sure that they are a focus and that we do think about how we support them and the information. And we're working with universities again to think about that, because that's a really key challenging time for young people. You know, they're moving out of home, they're changing often where they're living, and we've got, you know, in Cambridgeshire we've got a large university population. So again, we're working with our adult commissioning colleagues to think about how we support those young people, and again, particularly some issues around young people with eating disorders. Again, that's quite a difficult time period for them. So we're working. There's a transitions protocol that's been developed regionally about how we support young people specifically transitioning with eating disorders between children's and adult services. And that's got really clearly sort of metrics in there that all services need to make sure that they are delivering. It's just been produced, and we've just kind of assessed ourselves around where we are on that. And then we'll be working to how actually make sure that we embed these sort of key things that we need to do to make sure we have that really good grounding around transition.
Yeah, just to add what Catherine said, it's not ideal by any means, and I think that there's within our strategy and the national agenda is for services to go to 25, because the brain doesn't stop developing until you're 25, and therefore to allow that. And so we are working quite closely. I mean, I think that one of the benefits of United is a sense of working with Centre 33, who do help deliver services up to 25 in that sense. So I think that like Catherine mentioned, there can be a cliff edge in the sense of moving from child and adolescent mental health services to adult services. So actually Centre 33, in the sense of being able to support people who are once maybe involved in CAMS, child and adolescent mental health services, and support them in doing that. And they might not kind of need adult services, but they still need ongoing support within that. It's not ideal, but I think that we are, as a system and equally as providers, working together to try and see how we can do that, to provide services consistently together. And we have got transition protocols in place to try and reduce kind of any negativity within that period. But I think that the longer term plan for services to go to 25 for mental health is a good one. Single session therapy. So single session therapy started in kind of Australia, New Zealand area, and looking at that. And so they've kind of researched it quite a lot within that. It doesn't necessarily mean that they only get one session, but the whole methodology in the treatment model is very much about actually trying to work with the young person and the family maybe to actually look at that problem, that presenting problem, why they have presented to their GP and the certain doing that. So we are piloting this out with some of the kind of new people that are coming into the service. We've had training across the providers, Standard 33, Ormiston, within CCS and CPFT to look at that. And so that we can hopefully be able to reduce the number of sessions that people may need by actually having the length of sessions increase and getting access. So in order to truly give early intervention, and that's the hope of having that meaningful contact very, very soon and on, and being able to give that really good session at the start, because we actually had some evidence, and some of the evidence that came from single session therapy is that actually a good 50% only needed that single session. And therefore to be able to work through, to get a crisis plan, to get a plan in, to be signposted to a different place to go to or support systems, to put that in place. There's usually a follow-up session. It's not single session, but it's a follow-up just to make sure, just to see if that's actually working, if the risks are there. And if it's not, then actually some people, and obviously some people will need more, there's no doubt about that, but actually the majority of people coming through only required that single session. So there are other kind of areas nationally that are equally trying to do that and trialing this approach. And that's what we're hoping to do as well, because that's the one way we can try, with the money we have, I guess, to be able to get to young people and families earlier by having that intervention in place. So we're very hopeful, but it's early days, but it's positive across providers. Yeah. Mr. Parter.
Is it? Am I allowed to talk? I just, I don't know if it's jumping the questions, but you asked about the drop-in, and the drop-in that Centre 33 does is very much like a single session model. A young person comes in when they want to, it's very timely to their needs, and we'll sit with them for 45 minutes and try and work out, assess their risk and then make a plan with them. But that, last year we had about 1,000 young people come through our drop-in across the county. And we found about 90% had a mental health need. But within that session, we were able to ensure that 60% didn't go on to further intervention. We were able to meet their needs within that session. So we have evidence locally that the single session model does work. And actually spending time further upstream with a young person is a really good way to reduce them going on to further interventions.
So I think the question, thanks, Beth. I think the question was around deprivation and about, was the information showing that those who were from more deprived areas were actually accessing less, and is that a positive? I think actually what it's demonstrated to us is that there's probably some work we need to do around targeting particular communities. So we know that some areas do access more than others, and actually how do we ensure that we promote, and almost to the first question, how do we get the information out to the right communities in the right way? So a lot of the work that's happening across the system is around focusing on health inequalities and thinking about population health, and how do we focus our resources to those communities that need it most. And I think this information does show us where areas are. I think what we want to do. So one of the services that I noted in the paper was around our mental health support teams. So they are specific teams that work with certain schools in different locations, and the way that they were kind of allocated to schools in the initial, it's a national program, is around schools that were interested and able to sort of facilitate those teams. But I think, you know, going forward, so we what we've then done subsequently is think about where do we need the teams to be. So that's why our second group, we had a team in Wisbech because we knew that was an area of high need. The national team has asked us to put another team in Peterborough again because of the need there, and we're focusing our next ones in East Cambs because of some of the challenges we see there. So we are using that information. It is something we need as a system to continue to think about. How do we make sure we use the information about our population and areas that are not accessing? Is it because there isn't a need there, or is it because the way services and support is delivered is not actually in a way that is accessible to those communities? So I think it's quite it's a bigger piece of work, and this information helps us to think about that whole and how we target our support to our families and children, young people who need our support most.
I think I just equally add that what's not here is the data for COOF. And equally within COOF, we do see that actually people are accessing that mental health intervention from some of our most deprived areas as well. Like COOF equally provides it can give one-to-one counselling. It does do peer support groups, and it gives a lot of advice and do that as well. So what we are saying, that is another area that can be targeted. But no doubt, this is the reason why we're showing this today. It's because it's showing the work that we are attending to do now regarding looking at the health inequalities against our system and what we need to do. And the NHS way is to put people on a waiting list and to see people, and doing that, we need to be able to equally look at our access for people in deprived areas and whether they should have I guess that those kind of ethical questions that we need to consider, and whether they should access services quicker in the most deprived areas and that. And I think that's the ones that we need to consider as a system. And I think we have that within our programme board and the various representatives we have within United, looking at from local authorities and education and primary care, and actually to make some of those decisions about what we need to do. And there are other things that are more place-based that are not mentioned within the paper or the data of what we're doing, but that's exactly what we want to be doing, and actually seeing where is this and can we do more. The next, hopefully that's answered that question. The next, Beth, I don't know if you wanted to mention something about the drop-ins in some areas.
Yeah, so I think someone asked, was 4 hours enough in Wisbech? And no, ideally it's not enough, but a lot of that work is funded outside of the United, so we're having to fundraise and look at other ways to bring in that money. But the drop-in is a really good way of working with the community and embedding yourself in the community, and it absolutely does work for the most vulnerable young people with the biggest health inequalities. We can see that in our data of young people coming through the door. Sometimes to go down a medicalised route, like going via a GP, is just a step too far, and young people don't actually necessarily know what they need help for. They just know they need help, and it's often complex reasons they're coming to us for. So they won't say, oh, they've got depression. They'll just maybe say, I'm just not coping and I don't know what to do. So we're able to try and work with them to unpick some of that. And also the purpose of a drop-in, it's not just about the medical needs or the mental health needs. We find that it's so interrelated, as you can imagine, someone's poverty status, whether they're homeless, you know, where they're coming from in terms of the LGBT community, whatever it may be. But we find that most people come through the door with a number of needs. So we're able to, within a drop-in, work around the needs and then try and work out when the most appropriate time for them to get the mental health support within that, alongside their other needs being met.
Just to alert you, we're less than 5 minutes for this session, and to the members, there may not be a second round. Therefore, can you try and complete the questions if at all possible?
I shall be quick in the next one. And United, the evidence of young people feeling access. Apologies, but it's either this afternoon, as we are here now, or tomorrow afternoon, that actually Foldscope we have commissioned Foldscope as an independent kind of organisation to be able to work with young people and get questions. So they're actually opening up the forum for young people to feedback on actually how United has been, and to get that feedback and to help us improve our services in doing that. So that's actually happening this week. And we continue that. So we're very early days in the sense of doing that, but we have got part of our, the actual contract is an outcomes based. And I think that we are looking at getting feedback from primary care, feedback from parents and carers on each of those. Has it improved access? Exactly. Doing that. Has it helped to not navigate the system? And has it given us choice? And those are the things that mainly came up from children and young people and families within the system prior to starting United. So that's a constant evaluation that we're doing within the service, and hopefully we'll have that information quite soon and be able to feed back in future meetings. Anything else you want to say? The next one was then for Ormiston Family in Centre 33 on
if I go first, Beth, are you comfortable with that? Yeah. I think firstly, we have taken massive steps forward. What might not be clear to councillors is that the United service does actually mean that Centre 33 and Ormiston Families do have staff working within the hub where the referrals come in, alongside colleagues from CPFT and CCS, which means that we are now able to have those dialogues with each other across the room and the frontline staff. That's actually quite critical and quite important, a significant change from where we are before, which is one of the reasons why there are far fewer people now having to be referred back to GPs because they've gone to the wrong place, because we can have those discussions in-house. So I think that's a positive development. And in response to what more can we do, I think from our perspective, we see that as a significant step forward. There is still a lot more that we can do. The obvious point there is to respond to the need for more resource. And clearly, we would all like more resource. But I do think we should recognise that things that we've talked about now, this sort of single session therapy, the sorts of approaches that we are talking about in learning sessions within the staff, are already seeing lots of ways forward. I'm very conscious of time, and I would just like to move on to the meeting expectations element there, which I think is quite important. Yes, I would completely agree that if therapy is needed, then a therapist should be seeing that young person. There's no question about that on a face-to-face one-to-one. We'd all like that to happen. But it's a bit like the scenario where you might call up the GP surgery and ask to see a doctor and then be allocated to see a nurse, because it's actually felt by that surgery that the nurse can fulfill your needs. And it's not always the expectation of those that come to us that they know where they could be best served. And equally, it's not actually in the best interests if they could receive something much earlier. Now, we work with the under 12s in particular, so a good example of that is that many of the issues that come forward can be resolved by working with the parents and providing the parents with some toolkits, some sort of guidance and advice as to how they can actually work with their child to resolve the issues that are being presented, which means that therapy on a one-to-one basis with a child is completely unnecessary. Where it's identified it is essential, then yes, it must happen. Beth, you should add.
So I echo a lot of what Alan has said. I would also say things that we've talked about the big changes that we need in the system are things like working to 17 to 25, more self-referral, but we've identified that and we're phasing those in with United. So there is, while we've not achieved them yet, it is only year one, and some of the other work that we've done has been significant. I think the wait list is a big challenge, and I think until we can move to this single session model, which we have implemented, there is a lot of resources going around managing the wait list, because we don't want to leave young people hanging on a wait list with no correspondence, and that management does take resource away. So we're trying as fast as we can to move to the single session model, which I think will improve that. But I would say trying to get to speak to young people quicker is probably something that we all as a United partnership hold. And that's probably one of the challenges at the moment.
And just on the very last point around early intervention, and are we committed to early intervention? Yes, absolutely. United and the bringing together that partnership and the importance of getting in early and ensuring that young people are not waiting. You know, developing United was very much about how do we have a more seamless early intervention pathway, but it's a pathway. We've also got mental health support teams in schools, and we're very committed to, when more national funding becomes available, to expanding that further, because we really see the benefits, and we're getting lots of positive feedback from schools about that support that they're getting in there. So early intervention is absolutely, and it's a key thing with our strategy. How do we access support earlier downstream, so people aren't waiting, and so we're not then having to deal with people more in crisis? So it is absolutely a key factor that we want to continue to sort of develop.
Thank you very, very much. I think it is appropriate to ask our Director of Public Health to say a word.
Thank you. It's just one quick but very important question, I think. It's clear that the current level of service isn't sufficient to meet demand, and I think people waiting, children, young people waiting for the best part of a year is really too long for this service. Can I ask whether there are attempts being made to increase the budget, and if so, what are they?
And of course, you didn't give a figure on average waiting times. You said what they were between urgent and non-urgent. You must have those figures. Could you reply to that point?
On my hand here. Regarding the waiting times, apologies, I thought that was in the paper regarding in doing that, because the average was taken across urgent and routine in the sense of what people are waiting. So for mental health intervention in the specialist end, it's 20 weeks. For those that are working for early intervention, it's slightly more towards 32 weeks. Again, that's for routine, not for the urgent.
And the Director of Public Health point about where you are on trying to get more resources.
I think Carlene's going to come in on that point.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Yoti. Obviously, we have recognised that there has been significant increase in demand through the pandemic for children's mental health. We absolutely maintain that that's a high priority, both across early intervention and longer term work and crisis work. So it remains an ICB priority. It remains on the Children and Maternity Collaborative Board as a priority. We have regular system partnerships looking at how we can address children's mental health, and that goes across colleagues from the local authority, public health, as well as health services, so that we continue to keep this as a high priority and high up on the agenda. As everybody is aware, our system is in a financial situation where we are very challenged, and so we do have to make sure that we are balancing how we are meeting the demands of all elements of healthcare. But we do absolutely recognise that children's mental health is an absolute priority, and so that is considered at every opportunity to make sure that we are looking at putting in as much resource as we possibly can do.
Yeah, but I'm afraid we did come to an end. To the members who wanted to come back or ask further questions, please do coordinate with Kate Parker. I think could draw up a schedule of questions and then pass them on to our colleagues from Children's Mental Health. To the 6 of you who have joined, we are inordinately grateful for you doing so. You and we know these are really serious issues, and you're very challenging. You're dealing with them every day. I hope the spotlight that we've put on helps in the quest for funding, helps in showing the public priority that should be given to the services you provide, and most of all helps for the young people in need of your service. My Vice Chair and the Chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board, Susan van der Ven, just says we have done visits before as councillors to look at the service in more detail, and if you were willing to organise something, I think there would be councillors from this committee who would like to take part and to whether this dialogue could be continued. But as far as this scrutiny session is concerned, thank you again to each of you. Thank you to every member for taking part. We continue directly for others, but on that first item, that is now closed. Now I see Roland online. I was thinking Green Plan next. It is Green Plan next. Okay, so welcome to Roland and Ian, but you're on at 3:30. but there are no secrets, and you're welcome to stay online and watch what we're doing. Yeah, okay, for the green plan item, if you could come forward. And Kit, who we know, welcome. Kit Connick is involved in numerous meetings with Susan and with myself over the past year, and is a key part of the team delivering the ICB ICS. So it's great to see you at Cambridge County Council Committee. I think Katerina Lagudaki, hello, welcome, and Ian Green. Yeah. You must get puns about this work all the time.
I do indeed.
I'm getting it in early so that others don't have to, but thank you. The item is the Health, Care, Waste and NHS Green Plan. Just to be clear, so that we can use the time to the best ability, it was a different committee of the council that is particularly interested on healthcare waste, so please feel free to refer to it, but it's in your paper. But the purpose of this scrutiny session is to look at the green plan as a whole, and so let's use the time to the best of our ability to be able to do that. As with the previous item that you're witnessing, it's entirely up to you who speaks in what order, but try and give us lots of time for questions and debate.
Thank you, Chair. So what we were hoping to do is to set out specific responses to the questions that have been asked of us. It's set out in the paper, and I will assume that the paper is read, but also talk more widely around the collaborative work around the green agenda, which I think we will all agree is pressing for every system and not just Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. So what we want to set out is how healthcare waste is disposed of, the actions we're taking across health to reduce the healthcare waste and the NHS carbon footprint, and then we'll talk a little bit about the collaborative work.
Just to interrupt again to focus that we've got the paper on healthcare waste. As I said, that was a different committee of the council. So could we focus on the second half of the paper, the green plan overall, and take the information about waste as read, please?
Absolutely. So if I take that first part as read and the second part, so we want to look at that, the collaborative work, we recognise that the climate change poses a major threat and that 5% of the UK carbon emissions in NHS is part of the problem and also the solution. There are very clear NHS net zero targets and contributors to around that work. So as the integrated care system, we have a statutory requirement to set out our work across the green agenda, and acknowledging that each NHS organisation has also their own green plan. And I note further on the agenda after this item that CUH have also referenced the work they're doing there. And that's also in the link so that all members can actually see the detailed plans at organisational level. So we have circulated the draft ICS Green Plan. We recognise this is work in progress. It sets out our commitment to sustainability and those net zero goals, a very high level roadmap, objectives and areas of collaboration of how we can work with partners in this room and elsewhere around areas of mutual gain and support. And it's been informed by existing plans. So we're building what's already there. We aren't trying to reinvent the world, but we need to recognise we have to start, and this is an important area for us. And of course, around the wider engagement. In terms of focus, we've set out in there those 6 work streams and a particular area around collaborative system work around workforce and skills, how we train staff and really make sure that all of our workforce is not only carbon literate, but green and sustainability is an integral part of what they do on a day-to-day basis. The transport and travel will be no surprise for this system in terms of the challenges there and how we make sure we have an active travel strategy that supports our goal and aims. And then particularly around procurement and waste and the role that health can play in that. More widely, we believe that engagement, understanding of what we're trying to do together, to leverage the assets we have within respective organisations and the resources, whether that's people, buildings, materials, that really support those shared objectives and facilitating good practice and ideas. So again, building on what's already out there. We are in early stages and setting up our governance, and the first meeting of the system green plan and sustainability work is established on the 25th of October, and we hope there to formalise meeting attendance and really start to get some more detailed plans around what it means for our system and how we will start to set key targets that we can be measured against. If I just may touch on the draft green plan, we recognise it is draft, it's work in progress. We are creating an accessible version that will go on the integrated care system website. We want to make sure it's packaged so it's understandable and accessible, so it's engaging for people, for our communities, but also how, as I mentioned, being held to account for how we will make a lasting and real difference, and particularly around those areas that will be of importance to local communities. So I've been asked to be brief. I hope that's helpful. I'm very happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much and much appreciated. There will be questions, I am sure. Who'd like to start off? Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Chairman. I read this report with interest, but with some disappointment by the time I got to the end. And I do appreciate that this is probably a fairly high level report, and it probably misses out a lot of the detail which it might be thought is not found so interesting. But what I found remarkably lacking within the report is any measure of the cost effectiveness of the green initiatives which either have been suggested and or implemented or rejected. And I see nothing about how any proposals which are made are measured in terms of that cost effectiveness. And I really would appreciate understanding what numerical criteria are used in order to decide between different projects.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Daunton.
Yes, I just wondered if you could comment on patient transport and whether there's a move to using electric vehicles for patient transport.
Thank you. Councillor van der Ven.
Thank you. I don't know whether the year just behind us, consumed with governance requirements, has impeded. I don't know, maybe it hasn't, but there are many challenges and demands at the moment. I don't have any further insights than that, just a comment. Clearly, there is really important partnership working required to achieve a number of these goals, particularly around all forms of transport. Following on from Councillor Daunton's question, we have this climate of public transport severe stress at the moment. So I'm not sure what a fair question is, except that that is integral to your plan. And there are some really difficult questions. So it'd be interesting to hear your views on that at the moment. And I suppose another area of essential collaboration is grid capacity in Greater Cambridge for immediate, or the wider picture, but I believe there is a deficit. Correct me if you can, if I'm wrong, but I think there is a grid capacity issue for electric vehicle charging. And so the fine art of collaboration and partnership across, the organizations that deliver these things is really critical. And I guess in many ways, we are all part of that together. Maybe I'll just finish by asking if you could tell us where you think the areas of greatest potential yield are in your plan. Where are we? Can we be most hopeful? Thanks.
Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you. Incredibly important area, and thank you for the report. I guess the key questions for me are about what good looks like. We're adopting quite an incremental approach here, adapting what we currently do, business as usual, and not exactly tweaking it, but making changes. But in a sense, what is the aim ultimate aim? What does good look like? And what should we be doing differently rather than just slightly less damagingly? And I agree with Councillor Bowden in the sense that that the incentives in there will play a really big role in making the changes happen. Financial incentives.
And myself, the first one is this: is, as you know, Susan, Councillor van der Ven and myself were in the ICB Partnership Preparation Board, and we saw the draft plan over a year ago. And when I read this, it doesn't seem to have moved on very much. It's not meant to be rude in any way, but certainly the government guidance in 2021 said that these plans should be in place by now. Is that because the whole ICB got delayed in implementation, or the government didn't do what it should do? Why is there less progress than was anticipated in the report that you gave to the board a year ago? Secondly, I happened to be in a meeting on Monday with the private sector person who's working with the National Health Service on green policy. And she said to me that hospitals and health facilities don't even change their lights to environmentally friendly bulbs because their accounting systems don't allow them to do it, even though there's immediate payback. Is that really true? Are you changing your lights or are you not changing your lights? I do welcome the aspects of the paper which are about partnership and collaboration, and we offer that partnership and collaboration back from the County Council. I think you've invited our officer to be on your green delivery group. I very much welcome that as a very constructive way forward. And of course, we meet together in the combined authority working on the combined action plan. So I really welcome that. If we said, could you partner and collaborate more with us as a county council on this, looking at our own emissions targets for Cambridgeshire and how we can, though what you do can feed into that and how we can collaborate together, would you welcome that? In terms of sharing data, can you share your data so we've got common data? That would be helpful. By the way, the colleague I met on Monday said that 40% of public sector emissions came from the National Health Service. So it's big stuff, and we can't do what we want for Cambridgeshire unless we do it with you. So there's a very, very strong reason for us to do that. And as you know, we're very keen as a county council to look at suppliers, to the way suppliers work, to items in contracts and so on, to take a more triple bottom line approach, given the fact that lots of the suppliers that supply you supply us and vice versa. Would you be prepared to work with us on some of those triple bottom line criteria in the contracts that we both offer to basically the same suppliers a lot of the time? I invite you to answer the questions.
Thank you. And just picking up on the feedback for the previous presentation, I will try and be brief and succinct in those responses. So firstly, I think it's to acknowledge the initial feedback around the disappointment about the content of the Green Plan and around the perceptions around its delay. So apologies if there is disappointment around the aspirations in here and the amount of detail. We are very clear it's a draft plan, and we're very clear around the integrated care system. We work together to build this, and collaboration takes time. So that's not intended to be an excuse. It's that we've worked carefully on relationships and meetings around that. But of course, I do acknowledge that doesn't necessarily reflect in the detail in the paper. So what we will commit to do is having very clear targets that we can be held to account for at organisation and at system level, a clear action plan that sets out delivery for year 1, 2, 3 up to year 5, and also embed sustainability in the wider system aspirations and strategic plans, of which we're putting together now as part of the integrated care system and health and wellbeing board. I think to acknowledge your question, Councillor, around the draft plan a year ago, We set high targets for ourselves and aims, and that was the right thing to do. But we also need to acknowledge that, yes, there has been a delay nationally, and that has impacted locally, not least because of the COVID demands and operational demands. Again, it's not an excuse, it's acknowledgement of the situation, but we are in a position now to set up that governance and to really drive this at pace. So we are committed to doing so, but we don't want to take away from the acknowledgement that what we committed to do has been delayed somewhat. Regarding what good looks like, I think that's a shared aim. So what might look good from a health perspective may not look good from your perspective. And that's something we need to work through, what good looks like from each organisation, to be clear about those respective targets and to think about how we want to work differently and how we collaborate. So we aren't duplicating effort, but we come with some shared goals. And to pick up the final point that you mentioned around contracts, sharing data and looking at collaboration, the answer to all of that is yes, of course. What I and Katerina need to do is to think about how we work with Ian and other colleagues about unblocking some of those governance and some of the things that are historically barriers. That's about our relationships, it's around our systems, it's around our shared intent. And it's why I come back to the initial point that strategy is only ever an aim. It's about what we do and the way we do it that we're measured on. So a couple of very specific points that I hope to pick up, that some areas I can't answer, I need to be open about that, but we'll commit to bringing back more detail. So I couldn't tell you with all honesty about the grid capacity in the system, and that's something I should know, that we should commit to knowing that and how we want to move that forward. We do want to address the vehicle and access. And I've got a conversation this Friday with a colleague around the potential congestion charge in Cambridge City, because that is surely one of the areas that we need to have consideration about. But of course, we could only achieve these things as we shared aims around electric vehicles and or other matters. And so a conversation I had with an executive colleague at a health organisation, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Foundation Trust, around their use of electric vehicles. I know that Royal Papworth Hospital have that in place, and also Cambridge University Hospitals as well. So as a health collaboration, and hopefully beyond health, we should be committing to thinking about electric charging points that we can have across the county, how we ensure open access for staff, for workforce and for the public, and how we might facilitate that through our aims. And again, that helps to embed sustainability and green work into everyday working when staff realise they are supported financially through schemes through their salary sacrifice to purchase cars that may be hybrid or electric. And therefore we can really help to embed this in everyday choices and decision making. In terms of the question around hospital health facilitation, again, I can't answer that question, and I will take that back to the estates group. And it may be that Roland and his colleague wish to answer that question in the next item for Cambridge University Hospital. But these are small measures, but they're material, and they're questions that the public will ask of us. What are we doing? How can we count the difference? And what are the things that are relatable for the public? And things like light bulbs, electricity usage, heating is really material and can relate to households and not just around waste disposal. I just want to check with Katerina to make sure I've answered any questions or any other specific areas you wish to add to my response.
No, and I think we have to be honest that we don't have all the detail at our fingertips. I think, organizations have their own green plans, as you know, and as a system. I think the way we can add value is really by sharing expertise, sharing resources, coordinating our approaches so they have the most impact, so we engage most effectively with our communities and our stakeholders. And that's what we will be working on over the next few months to really hone down that delivery plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Slatter didn't speak in the first round, so she's indicated I'm going to ask her a question.
Thank you. This is a tricky one, and it's following up on new things. This is draft, and this is a really woolly area, but very important, particularly focused on single-use plastics and the sort of things that the public are aware of. Light bulbs is another one. I've lived through the HIV, the discovery of HIV and the infection control that went with that, BSE, the infection controls that went with that. I think it's very important that we trust our professionals to make sensible decisions about infection control. Sometimes you do just have to wash your hands. And if it's a possibility to invite comments from, it's often the primary care people, but it's not just that, it's in the hospitals as well. The people actually doing the job, whether we're talking about infection control on the wards in terms of treatments, and also in the kitchens, according to, with food production, what are the risks associated with some of our practices? We shouldn't be driving for no risk. We know that can't be done. And I am uneasy when we think we can't use a certain bit of equipment in this country, but we can send it to Africa. Now, that's not the general one. I've just, I've read that in the African books one, but it's quite commonplace. I'm uneasy about that. We are on a planet, and it's a planet emergency in many ways. We should be doing our bit, little and large, in terms of elements. So can we re-examine some of our risk assessments, please? Because some of them are just plain silly. And it's, it's the sort of thing that shows up in gloves. Thank you.
And one more quick one. I was told, and this may be wrong, that you don't have a budget for sustainability initiatives. Is that right? And are you going to change that?
So if I pick up both of those points, so we are trying to minimise, the use of single-use plastics and seeking more sustainable alternatives around PPE and gowns. But I think you're right about understanding where those inherent infection prevention control risks are. I'm not a clinician. I wouldn't wish to identify those areas. But again, that's something we should be identifying, areas where we can minimise and areas where it's more risky for patient care to do so, and being clear and open and honest about that in our reports. With regards to budget, historically, obviously the integrated care system is a new organisation, an integrated care board. There has not been a budget for this, but I have made provision, it sits under my remit, to fully fund green and sustainability in key roles. What I am keen to do, however, is that doesn't create the perception that green is the responsibility of 2 or 3 individuals. It's a responsibility of all of us. And therefore, what we're looking for are subject matter experts who can help guide us, give best practice advice, work with other partners across the system. But we integrate the responsibility for sustainability in all of our roles, whether one is a leader or works elsewhere in the NHS or other parts of the system. And so there's a fine balance there about central management and support for that, but also making sure there's full responsibility.
I don't want to take time away from Cambridge University Hospitals, but I also want to be fair to members. That Councillor Ambrose Smith, I think, did indicate before, and I missed you. So do you still want to ask a question?
I actually didn't, but,
All right.
but I'd like to.
We made a mistake.
No, I was on.
I know other members want to come back, but I'm not going to allow it because we've got another important item. What I will do, only a point of order, and what's the number?
Just the question asked hasn't been answered.
Okay, but we've run out of time. As with all these things, if you contact Kate Parker, we can write, and I'm sure we'll get a written reply. And I apologise, but I also want to do justice to the last item. To Kit, to Katrina, and to Ian, thank you so much for being here. And this is, of course, part of an ongoing dialogue between us, and we look forward to discussing it on future occasions. I'm hoping that Ian and Roland are there, and magically they are. So thank you for that item. We move to item 16, pages 243 to 256 in the agenda pack, Cambridge University Hospitals NHS Foundation Trust. Roland is Chief Executive and Ian is Director of Corporate Affairs. And several of us are on the quarterly liaison meetings with them and have a very constructive and fruitful dialogue, for which we thank you. This is an opportunity for us to have that dialogue with wider members of the committee and in public. Again, we've got half an hour for this. I leave it to you, Roland, to present and decide between you who says what.
Great. Well, Chair, thank you so much for having Ian and I. And as you say, Chair, thank you so much for the ongoing dialogue that we have on a very regular basis. My apologies, though, to the committee. We've almost deliberately given you the long report rather than give you, if you like, a very brief summary. But what I'll try and do is draw out the headlines so that we can have a good conversation. And Chair, I think that these will map the sorts of things you've been raising with Cambridge University Hospitals over the last 6 to 12 months. I'll stay very briefly in the introduction to the report, so section 1. And I think there are probably sort of 3 overriding points to make here. So the first relates to operational pressures. The second relates to the mobilisation that we're currently undertaking for the next 6 to 12 months. And then the third piece is an update on where we are from a point of view of strategy and some of the major projects we've got going on. So on the first point, it will be evident to everybody here that the health and care system is under very significant pressure nationally, regionally and locally. And Kit, who we've just been hearing from, who I work very closely with in the ICB, is very actively leading many of the areas that we're working on in partnership with our colleagues in the health and care system on some of those pressures. What does that mean through into Cambridge University hospitals? So areas of enormous progress, areas where there are quite low anxiety. So areas that we're very proud of, I think, would be the progress we're making around bringing down very long waits for planned care, for surgery. That's an area where we've made progress and I think terrific innovation. And to give you an example, that's innovation in things like day surgery, around procedures that we wouldn't ordinarily have put through a day surgery unit where people go home the same day. They're now going home on the day of surgery. Those are things like radical prostatectomies, taking people's prostates out, or nephrectomy, which is, I'm going to say this crudely, trimming bits of kidney off and then letting people go home the same day. Other multiple areas I could talk about around innovation and progress. The 2 areas of real challenge for us that I'm sure we'll want to talk about, one would be urgent and emergency care, which is, whilst we're pretty good on making sure that ambulances aren't waiting for too long, people are waiting for too long for care in the emergency department itself. And the second would be our position around staffing. And Chair, you'll recall, before the pandemic, we had our vacancy rates at a little under 4%. They're now above 11%. And it's a real challenge for us to continue to recruit and retain staff, but also really pushing hard to make sure we've got a balanced recruitment plan. Yes, looking at overseas recruitment, but also looking at expanding our apprenticeship programme beyond the 400 colleagues we have with us already through that. So I think in the first of the 3 areas, Chair, lots we could talk about that's terrific and we're very proud of and very grateful to staff in the hospital and outside. But those 2 big areas of concern, urgent and emergency care and the position on staffing. Second point to make is, so with our partners, with Jan and Kit and many other colleagues in the local authority and local government, we've mobilised, I think, really 3 times so far over the last 2.5 years for the 3 waves of the pandemic that we've experienced in this part of the country. We're now engaged in the 4th mobilisation, facing into, yes, COVID, but also now flu, respiratory, and also all the other bugs that people are picking up as they start to mix. And we're going into the autumn and the winter, along with the backlog of care, with a workforce who are, in many cases, full of energy and full of beans, but in other cases, quite tired. So that mobilisation looks like us being really clear about the next 12 months, very clear about the model in terms of how much space we need in the hospital, how many humans we need, and then how we work out what we're going to stop doing and what we're going to focus on doing. And we do that in our language through assembling multidisciplinary, multi-team task forces, looking at things like how we use capacity, how we approach infection control, and how we really put our hands around staff who may be suffering additional pressures or pressures outside of the hospital and things like dealing with cost of living difficulties. So that's the second point. Then the third point is we continue to work very hard on our longer term strategy. A large part of our longer term strategy is about how we listen to the needs of people outside of the hospital and align with their requirements. And there's a lot I could say here, Chair, ranging from our focus on sustainability, our focus on inclusion, through to working more closely with colleagues in general practice, community services and social care locally, our work on specialist services across the whole of the Eastern region, and then the quite advanced plans now for the children's and cancer hospitals on the Cambridge Biomedical Campus. But Chair, I'll stop there and hand over to you for any questions that may come from colleagues. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. It's extremely concise, but also very broad. And I think the members will very much value the length of the paper and the insight it gives you into the issues that you're dealing with. I want to try and get every member in, if possible, who wants to speak. If I give you a guide time of 2 minutes, you've got a right to up to 5, of course, but if I give you a guide time of 2 minutes, I think we'll get more people in. Councillor Wilson is first.
2 minutes. I have 2 questions, Chair. The first one you mentioned already about the waiting times. On page 246, it talks about the 1,636 patients who had a emergency department journey time in excess of 12 hours compared to 1 in July 2019. I'd be interested in knowing why that's so high and what you're doing about it. And then later on page 252 in section 2.59, you state that there's been a wide program on work focusing on well-being and support of staff without actually telling us what you've done and giving us some examples. And as related to that, I would be interested in your views about the consultation which the GPC has just put out on improving buses and introducing a congestion charge.
All in 2 minutes, well done. And we do all the questions together, and if you can make a note of them, we're very grateful, Roland and Ian. Councillor van der Ven.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the paper and the presentation. Looking at recruitment, there seems to be quite a strong emphasis on recruitment from overseas. Am I correct that that is there'll be, if you'll move on. What is the long-term prospect of retaining staff recruited from overseas, particularly given that after a couple of years, people will naturally want to bring their families over and there will be other obstacles or challenges to settling a family in terms of housing and immigration and so on. Are you expecting recruited staff from overseas to stay longer term? And secondly, your report refers to a review of attrition rates, but it would be interesting to know the findings of that report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is Councillor Daunton.
2 questions. You referred in your presentation to long waits in the emergency department, and what's been done to assist with the comfort of people in emergency department waiting those long times and the passing of accurate information. There's nothing worse than waiting and knowing not what is not going on. So information passing and creature comforts. That's my first question. And my second question refers to 2.9, complaints and patient advice and liaison service. You mentioned an improvement plan has been developed. Not now, obviously, because we're short of time, but it would be really helpful to see what that improvement plan contains. Thanks.
And Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. I guess that the Trust has more opportunities for research, both NHS and through the university, as well as philanthropic opportunities and commercial opportunities than a typical trust. So I just wonder the extent to which it's possible to draw on those other sources of income to support core business.
That's an interesting question. Anyone else? Right, for me then, oh, there is one, sorry, yes, please, Councillor Harvey.
Yes, I forgot what I was going to say, so I do apologize. We have to wait a long time. Yes.
I'm going to do mine. If you remember, as it's come back to you, happens to us all, folks.
Yes, you talk about recruitment of
nurses and doctors and midwives. But of course, hospitals run on much more than that, you know, your radiographers and all the support staff. And I just wondered whether you're focusing on retention and recruitment of those areas as well.
And from me, we had a long and interesting presentation from our Director of Public Health this morning about winter pressures. You've talked a bit about that, but in lay terms, how bad is it going to get? I think we should be honest with the public about that. Secondly, I've put this to you in private, Roland. I was going to do it in public. We're all signed up to the rhetoric of the ICS about shifting from acute provision to early intervention and prevention, and you're signed up to it too. But what sign have we got that Cambridge University Hospitals, as our partner, friend and ally, is actually working with us to achieve that in concrete and material terms? And thirdly, I think both of us are very sympathetic to the ambulance service. They've got big challenges, and I certainly don't want to just keep bashing them because they get a lot of bashing in the media. On the other hand, last weekend, it was close to critical incident with the whole system collapsing. And you've been part of the response to try and get the problems of the ambulance service overcome. So I think it is fair to say to you, you know, why are we back in that position and what can we collectively, all of us, do about that? Any more questions? No, back to you, please, Roland.
Thank you. What a insightful question. Thank you. Together, or should I go through them in order?
The order is entirely up to you, and we have got time to do justice to it. We've got up to 15 minutes, so go through them in the order that you choose, and between you and Ian as you choose.
Great. Okay. Okay. So if I start with the first question around long waits in the emergency department for care, why is this happening? And I maybe also pick up on how we're supporting colleagues and patients when they're in that position. So why the long waits? So there's an increase in people needing to come to hospital. That's driven by, if you like, some of the unmet need during the course of the last 2.5 years. Some of it will also be being driven, or is also being driven by, at times, a perception or an actual lack of access to other sorts of care. So we are seeing more people coming to hospital. Alongside that, what we're trying to do is to fit into the hospital that increase in emergency demand and people who are sicker, along with making sure that we're bringing in all of the people waiting for surgery or other urgent treatment. And the bottleneck that creates is in the hospital, is in the emergency department and some of our assessment areas. And clearly, it's very distressing for patients. It's very distressing for staff to see people waiting far longer than we would like. And to be very direct about it, the waiting room at CUH at Addenbrooke's at times of peak busyness can be an area of enormous challenge for patients and staff alike. So what have we done about it so far, and what are we going to do about it? So over the course of the last 2 years, we have worked very well with colleagues in general practice and outside of the hospital to now enable around 40% of the patients who would have gone into the traditional Addenbrooke's A&E to be moved much faster to either our urgent treatment centre capacity, led by general practice, or to move into what we call same-day emergency care. So in managerial hospital speak, this is improved streaming of people to where they can most appropriately be looked after. We've got another step in that process that we're working on now, which will be to greatly expand the area available for those people who are less sick, to make sure that the Addenbrooke's A&E is used for those people who are absolutely sickest. Others are streamed into a more appropriate setting within the hospital footprint. And then the other big piece for us that's coming is the continued opening of the 116 beds that we've commissioned during the course of the pandemic. And that will let us get patients out of the emergency department and into a better setting. I suppose the areas that keep me awake at night and that we're really pushing on here are management of flow within the hospital, which is supporting staff to get patients into the right part of the hospital. We're some way off where we want to be on that. That's an internal hospital issue. And also, as terrific as our staff are in the emergency department, there is work for us all to do collectively on how we're managing the emergency department itself. So those are the two big areas of focus. There's a latter point which relates to those patients who are ready to be moved out of the hospital. And you'll know, colleagues, that we've worked very well with you and other partners around what we've called delayed transfers of care. Before the pandemic with Jan, we got that down with Jan and Charlotte and Wendy down to, I think, under 3% or 3.5%. It's now back up at 8%, and we're working very well with colleagues to get that back down. So that's a very long answer to the why the long wait. So how do we look after people when they're in the emergency department? I mean, again, I'll be really straight about it. If you were to walk into the emergency department on a Monday evening at 7 o'clock, it's pretty busy and it's not an appropriate setting to be looking after people. So another part of the plan will be to expand our waiting area, but we are keeping a very close eye on the patients who are in there, and we do all we can to make sure that food and drink is available or that people are signposted. The piece we're thinking about now but haven't resolved is what do we do about visitor access, visitors being in the emergency department with their relatives or friends, to make sure that there's somebody there to help make that a better experience. But the truth of it is, what we've really got to do is to get patients into different settings and not just kind of get bigger and bigger. So that's questions 1 and 6. Shall I just keep going, Chair?
Yes, yes, please. And now 10 minutes. So some of them, probably have to reel through a bit quicker.
Great, lovely. Okay, so cracking on. Well-being of staff. So this ranges from is across a very wide range of areas. So it involves embedding psychological support in those parts of the hospital under greatest pressure. For us, that was particularly critical care during the course of the pandemic. It involves a package of really soft measures to support people around things like access to better breakout space to have meals, availability of hot food and drink throughout the week and the day. And then a series of other measures around things like access to accommodation, support around transport, and then a lot of soft things around the COVID star, at times additional financial support and access to a hardship fund where people are in real difficulty. So that'll be the answer on well-being. In terms of the answer on congestion and transport, our position on this is we welcome all the work that's gone on to date around improving transport infrastructure. Very, very grateful for all of the work that's gone on there. We welcome continued work around both transport and housing and the functioning of the biomedical campus and health and care. As part of that, it's clear we've got to do more around sustainability, environmental sustainability. So we're interested in supporting colleagues on the next package of transport measures or along with a congestion charge. But what we'd want to do is to be very clear how that package of measures impact on staff and patients alike, particularly those where transport or cost of transport is a really significant issue. So that's our view on congestion. On recruitment, there are 3 groups of, we're trying to have a very balanced approach to recruitment. Yes, it is across all staff groups, and particularly on nursing, we're looking to balance overseas recruitment. Our colleagues who join us from overseas are absolutely terrific. We hope that they'll stay with us. We're quite disappointed when they move out of Cambridge to areas where the cost of living is much lower. But we want to balance that and are balancing that alongside local recruitment, and initiatives around our apprenticeship scheme has been one area of enormous success that we want to greatly increase. the attrition rates are higher than we would like. And as you can imagine, that has a multiplying effect. As you lose people from teams, then more and more people get tired and they want to leave. So a lot of the work we're doing around staff wellbeing is important there. So I think, Chair, I've now done 6 of the 12 questions. If I just keep going, we'll be very happy to maybe give a paper submission or an email submission of the complaints and PALS review. I mean, broadly speaking, team faces vacancy rates, lots of complaints and anxiety coming through from patients. And what we've had to do is to recruit additional people and streamline how we're running the complaints service. And we've had some really great external expertise in from other hospitals or another hospital to help us do that. But we'll happily submit that as a separate update. Question 8 was around research and philanthropic and commercial income. When we went through our Biomedical Research Centre interview in the summer, a panel of eminent international academics basically asked me, was I pillaging the research funding to fund the NHS? To which I had to say no. So I have to say now no as well, that I'm not pillaging research funding to fund the NHS. But joking aside, the collective endeavour here is hugely important to us. And during the pandemic and other times of enormous pressure, we will see our colleagues from across the biomedical campus come in to support clinical service. That's been a very strong part. And then obviously, our partners in the university and industry are coming up with new innovations for us all of the time, which are improving the way we're able to look after patients. So use of artificial intelligence in radiotherapy, easing planning time for radiotherapy, how much radiation, from what angle, for how long, with Microsoft. And some of you may have seen the work on Monday into the Today programme, and I think it's been on the in the news in Look East West today around baby Oliver and work around whole genome sequencing for tumours to avoid unnecessary chemotherapy. So I don't nick the cash, but we do work very, very closely to do the best we can for patients. I've already answered question 9 around recruitment. Yes, we're going across the board. And I have to say, Chair, these are terrific and exciting jobs for people. And what we've got to do, I think, is continue to reach out to schools and universities to make sure we're signposting people into these jobs, because they are terrific and important, and we need people. Questions 10, 11 and 12. Winter, how bad will it be? So we have to be honest in the analysis, Chair, and to be direct, I am more anxious. I was very anxious going into the first wave of the pandemic, March 2020, and less anxious in waves 2 and 3 because we'd shown what we could do. I am as anxious as I was in wave 1 now, because I can see the sheer volume of care and the impact that that's going to have across our health and care system. And I can see the impact it's having on patients now. We might get lucky. I like luck, but I don't rely on it. So this big mobilization now to get ahead is hugely important for us. And in that, what we've got to make sure is we don't retreat into our individual silos and bunkers. We've got to very consciously reach out and try and solve some of these challenges together. That's Winter. On the ICB, so 2 answers on how signed up are we. Well, you'll know Mike Moore, our chair, who was a local authority chief exec on 2 occasions, and I co-led our STP before it became a formal ICB, and John and Jan were appointed, which is terrific news. That's, I suppose, one indicator of why or how supportive we are. And then we're doing a lot of work together on everything from supporting colleagues in general practice, hearing more about what they need, basically making sure we're not sending unhelpful letters or doing unhelpful things to the patient pathway in areas like neurology that put more burden on general practice. I can give you some very concrete examples there if you wanted to follow up. And then lastly, you asked a question around East. I think the reasons for the pressures on ambulance services nationally are very clear. We all have to lean in and support East. And for us, that has involved things like ensuring that we're offloading ambulances very quickly to get patients into the hospital, and then doing things like putting additional beds into parts of the hospital, what we call +1ing on many of our wards. And then also what's called reverse boarding, which is moving patients up into the hospital into a place of safety on a ward area, rather than having people in ambulances, which need to be back out picking up people who are in crisis. So we're doing all we can to absorb that and support that. I'll stop there, Chair, and hand back. I hope that's helpful.
It's extraordinarily diligent that you answered each and every question, and I think it is a sign of, first of all, the honest relationship that we have, and thank you for being willing to be so candid with us. But secondly, a very fruitful dialogue of cooperation that exists between us in public as well as in private. Ian often contributes a lot in our meetings. He hasn't today, but thank you to him for his presence. Thank you, Roland, to you. Thank you, members, for another really fantastic meeting where we covered such a lot of ground. The next meeting will take place on the 15th of December 2022, but this meeting of the Adults and Health Committee is now closed.